Good morning, everyone. Wow, new system. I'm so excited. We're here today to talk about the wastewater rate bylaw and charges. This is only about the wastewater rates and charges. This is not about approving the wastewater system coming to Ingonish. So if anybody here would like to speak in favor of the wastewater project rates, come forward. Anyone that would like to speak in favor? No. So anyone that would like to speak against the wastewater rates and the wastewater bylaw, would you like to come forward? Anyone against the wastewater bylaw and rates? Like to come forward? No? Okay. I have a few to read out to. I'd just like to let everyone know that any comments that came in, emails, will be public. They will be put on our website. So we'll start right now from, this is one from Adrian Gwynn, a concerned resident of Ingonish Beach, Victoria County, June 16th, 2026. Should be noted that no resident should have to connect to the system if so wished. Even if the system fails, they should have the right to fix the problem on their own property, and they have to hook up to the system. 6.3, no person shall hinder or prevent the inspector from carrying out any of their powers or duties. It's the residential's legal right to refuse someone to come onto their property. 10.1, for the purpose of administration of this bylaw, the inspector may, upon production of identification, enter any premises connected or proposed to the connection to the wastewater system and have free unimpaired access to observe, to measure the flow of wastewater to any sewer, and to collect any samples required at reasonable times upon reasonable notice. The inspector must have safe and legal access. Residents should have the right to refuse. 7.3, overdue accounts are subject to interest rate of 1.5% per month on outstanding balances. 7.4, unpaid charges may be added to the tax account of the property to which the service was provided and collected in the same manner as municipal taxes in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. This should not have anything to do with property taxes, quarterly rates, charges, residential's ICI base charge. $300 Is that what she means there? $300 of base rate. Okay. Residents should not be charged quarterly rate when they already have to pay for anything that happens on their property. The next one I'll read is from Mr. Lawrence Barron. Comment from Lawrence Barron. Sorry. Resident that doesn't know how to send his view, so I would share it for him. Ingonish wastewater treatment system. I just read the proposed bylaw for the Ingonish wastewater treatment, and there are draconian, whatever, yeah, okay. These laws were written by lawyers and engineers to protect the county in every way, shape, or form. Future users of this system will be legally deprived of all rights if these directives are passed into law. These punitive, harsh, and intrusive bylaws give county officials the authority to go onto your lawn with heavy machinery, dig up your sewer, and make repairs without your consent. They will bill you and you will pay, or they will take your home. No appeals allowed. These bylaws are so punitive and one-sided and so harsh they could be in violation of our chartered rights. If the system fails in any way, the user will be held legally responsible for all costs to fix the problem. If you damage the system by pouring forbidden substances such as grease down your drain, you're liable. You face massive fines, and failure to pay will cost you your home. This sounds like communist China. Every single bylaw is there for sole protection of the county, not one is there to protect the homeowner. This must change. They stated that this system will be voluntary. No one will be forced to connect the system if they have the properly functioning septic system. This promise is not good enough. The bylaws must include some legal protection for homeowners. And this is the response that was sent to Mr. Barron. The purpose of the bylaw, this is from the county. The purpose of the bylaw is to establish the rules necessary to safely operate, maintain, and protect municipal wastewater collection and treatment systems. The municipality is required to comply with provincial environmental approvals and regulations, and the bylaw provides the authority necessary for compliance. The bylaw does not remove the rights of the property owners. In most cases, property owners must be notified before action is taken and are provided with an opportunity to request a review of an order by submitting a written request to the CAO within 7 days of receiving notice under section 10.5 of this bylaw. The CAO's decision following that review is final. Emergency powers are limited to situations where immediate action is required to protect public health, the environment, or wastewater systems. For example, an active sewage release, a collapsed lateral causing system backup, or a discharge posing immediate risk to the treatment plant. In such cases, the municipality must notify the property owner as soon as predictable and emergency work is carried out. The bylaw does not make the homeowners responsible for failures of wastewater treatment plant or municipal sewer mains. The municipality remains responsible for operating and maintaining the treatment plant and main sewer infrastructure. The bylaw does not require property owners to maintain their private service lateral and prohibits actions that may damage the wastewater system or interfere with the treatment process. The provisions related to the fines and cost recovery apply only to where persons violates the bylaw, creates an illegal connection, damages infrastructure, or discharges prohibited substances. These provisions are intended to ensure the costs resulting from non-compliant actions are borne by the party and responsible rather than all wastewater ratepayers. The concern about losing one's home may relate to the provision allowing unpaid wastewater charges to be added to the property tax account and collected in the same manner as the municipality taxes under the MGA. This is a standard debt collection mechanism used against Nova Scotia municipalities for water, sewer, and other service charges. It is not a new power created by this bylaw. In the event of prolonged non-payment, unpaid municipal debts can ultimately appear on a property tax account, which in extreme cases of non-payment could factor into tax sale proceedings. However, this is the same process that applies to property taxes, and it requires a sustained and significant non-payment over time before such proceedings would be initiated. A single missed wastewater bill does not put a home at risk. The intent of this provision is to ensure that the costs are recoverable from the responsible party rather than shifted on to all ratepayers. With respect to voluntary connection, the bylaw established the rules governing the operation and use of the wastewater system. The bylaw itself does not require all existing properties with functioning septic systems to connect to the system. Any further decisions regarding mandatory connection requirements would require separate consideration and action by council. Question. The laws must state that no homeowner or business will require to hook up to the wastewater system if they have a properly functioning septic tank system. The residents need protection from future councils and future bureaucrats. A promise is not sufficient. We want a bylaw. The wastewater, this is our response. The wastewater rates and charges bylaw already address this directly in section 3.3 states that connection of the wastewater system is voluntary for existing properties within the service area, and that nothing in this bylaw shall be construed as requiring an existing property owner to connect. This voluntary connection provision is legally binding and as it is bylaw language and not a promise. However, council notes that this provision currently appears only in the rates charges bylaw. If council wishes to enforce this protection, a matching clause could be added to the wastewater bylaw so that voluntary nature of connection is explicit in both documents. Question. We need a bylaw to protect residents from future wastewater fees if they don't hook up to the system. Some rural municipalities charge a yearly fee to homeowners if the pipes butt on their property. In Digby, the fee is $250 per household. We need a bylaw to protect us from outreaching county councils hunting for revenue. Our response. This protection already exists in the current bylaw framework. Section 3.4 of the wastewater rates and charges bylaw states that only connected customers are subjected to base charge and volumetric charge. The property owner who does not connect to the system is not subject to any wastewater fees under this bylaw. Victoria County is not proposed and is not complementing a frontage fee or available charge of the type referenced. Should any future council wish to introduce a fee that would require a separate bylaw action with full public process, it could not be imposed under this current bylaw. Any problems that may develop on the lateral line from the house to the main line should be cost share 50-50 by both the homeowner and the municipality. This will help prevent unnecessary repairs. A response. The proposed bylaw assigns responsibility for private laterals to the property owner. This approach is consistent with the principle that private infrastructure serving a single property remains the responsibility of the property owner, while municipality and infrastructure servicing the border community remains the responsibility of the municipality. This division of responsibility is standard practice across Nova Scotia municipalities. The connection fee and ongoing rate structures are designed to fund municipal infrastructures, the treatment plant and the main sewer, not private laterals. A 50-50 cost sharing arrangement would create ongoing liability and budget uncertainty for the municipality and would effectively require all ratepayers to subsidize repairs to individual private connections. Question. The fine should be reduced from $1,000 to $2,000 given the fact that I think it's read as 2,000, but I'm going to say 200, given to the fact that we are a low-income community with mostly senior citizens. The response. The proposed fines are intended to encourage compliance and protect public infrastructure, public health, and the environment. The wastewater treatment system represents a significant public investment, and certain actions such as illegal connections or the discharge of prohibited substances can result in substantial repair costs, regulatory penalties, and environmental impacts. The fines contained in the bylaw represent ranges, not fixed amounts. The first offense carries a fine of $500 to $1,000. The actual amount imposed would be determined through environmental proceedings with consideration of the severity of the violation and the circumstances involved. The minimum first offense fine of $500 is already modest relative to the potential damage and non-compliance discharge could cause the system of this scale. Significantly reducing fines below this level, particularly for ICI customers, risks undermining the deterrent effect of the bylaw and the expense of all ratepayers. Question. Should be noted that no resident should have to connect to the system if so wished. Even if the system fails, they should have the right, even if their system fails, they should have the right to fix the problem on their own property, not have to hook up to the system. Response. The bylaw does not require existing properties to connect to the municipal wastewater system. It also doesn't establish a mandatory connection program for properties with existing on-site sewage disposal systems. The question of whether the property owner with a failing septic system may repair, replace, or upgrade their private on-site system rather than connect to the municipal wastewater system is governed by provincial regulations. These matters are outside the scope of the proposed bylaw. Question. No person shall hinder or prevent the inspector from carrying out any of their powers or duties. It's residents' legal right to refuse someone to come onto their property. Response. The bylaw does not authorize unrestricted access to private property. Section 10.1 requires that the inspectors produce identification, enter property at reasonable times upon reasonable notice for the proposed of administrating bylaw. The inspector must also have safe and legal access to the property. The idea of hindering or preventing any inspector is intended to ensure that the authorized inspections can be completed where required to investigate complaints, verify compliance, inspect sewer connections, respond to suspected illegal connections, or address potential risks to the wastewater system. Similar inspections and enforcement provisions are commonly found in municipal bylaws and provincial legislation. For example, Nova Scotia environment inspectors have the authority under the environmental legislation to enter properties and conduct inspections where there are reasonable grounds to believe any activity may be causing environmental harm or violating environmental regulations. The purpose of these powers is to protect the public health, public infrastructure, and the environment while ensuring that inspections are carried out in accordance with the law. Question. For the purpose of administration of this bylaw, the inspectors may, upon production of identification, enter any premises connected or proposed to the connection of the wastewater system and have free, unimpaired access to observe, to measure the flow of wastewater to any sewer, and to collect any samples required at reasonable times upon reasonable notice. The inspector must have safe and legal access. Residents should have the right to refuse. Section 10.1, this is the response. Section 10.1 provides the authority necessary for the municipality to administer and enforce the bylaw. Without the ability to conduct inspections, the municipality would have no practical means of investigating illegal connection, prohibited discharge, cross connection, sewer system damage, or other matters that may affect the operation of the wastewater system. The authority granted under Section 10.1 is not unrestricted. The inspector must provide identification. Inspections must occur at reasonable times, reasonable notice must be provided, and the inspector must have safe and legal access to the property. The purpose of this section is not to interfere with the rights of the property owners, but to allow the municipality to verify compliance with the bylaw and to protect public infrastructure, public health, and the environment. If the property owners could refuse all inspections related to the wastewater infrastructure, the municipality would have a limited ability to investigate illegal connections, identify sources of prohibited discharge, or protect the wastewater system from damage. Question. Overdue accounts are subject to interest rates of 1.5% per month. Unpaid charges may be added to the tax account of this property, which the service was provided and collected in the same manner as municipal taxes in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. This should not have anything to do with property taxes. Response. The 1.5% per month interest rate on overdue accounts is consistent with the standard municipal practices across Nova Scotia, and is the same rate we apply to overdue property tax accounts under the MGA. It is not a rate unique to this bylaw. The ability to add unpaid wastewater charges to the property tax account is a mechanism authorized by the Municipal Government Act. It is not a new power created by this bylaw and is standard practice across Nova Scotia's municipalities. As noted in the response to the general comment above, while unpaid municipal debts added to the tax account could, in extreme cases of prolonged non-payment, factor in tax sale proceedings. This is the same process that applies to other municipal charges. It requires sustained and significant non-payment over time before such proceedings would be initiated, and a single missed wastewater bill does not put your home at risk. Without the collection tool, the municipality would have limited practical recourse to recover unpaid charges, and resulting in shortfall would be shifted onto all other ratepayers. Excuse me for a minute. Quarterly rate charges, residential's ICI-based charge. $300, $3 and $3.75. Residents should not be charged quarterly rate when they already have to pay for everything that happens on their property. Response: the quarterly base charge and volumetric charge recover. Sorry. The fixed and variable costs of operating the municipal wastewater system. These are distinct from costs of maintaining a private service lateral, which remains the property owner's responsibility. The base charge exists because fixed systems costs continue regardless of how much of any individual customer in a given quarter. These costs must be recovered from the connected customers. These two categories of costs, municipal infrastructure and private laterals, are separate, and paying one does not offset the other. Question: the proposed quarterly base charge of $300 quarter for residential properties far exceeds the present base water supply rate of $109.60 quarter, a difference of 173%. The fact that this matches the ICI rate, $300, and the connection fee are higher for ICI customers suggest a transcription error. The comment also refers to the HRM's wastewater to water base charge differently of approximately 7.7% as a benchmark. This is our response. This is not a transcription error. The base charge is incidental for residentials and ICI customers because fixed costs do not vary by customer type. The treatment plant, pumping equipment, collection mains, and regulatory compliance obligations exist regardless of who is connecting or how much they discharge. Customer class differential is applied through the volumetric. That word is going to all through the whole thing. Charge instead. Residents at $3 per cubic metric, and the IC at 3.75 cubic metric, reflecting difference in discharge volume and characteristics. The commenter notes that Victoria County's water system differentiates between base charges between residential and commercial customers. This differential is based on water meter pipe size. A small residential meter carries a lower base charge, while a large commercial meter pays progressively more, with all customers paying the same volumetric rate regardless of meter size. The wastewater system inverts this structure. The base charge is the same per EDU regardless of customer type, while the volumetric charge is differentiated. A commercial customer assigned multiple EDUs also pays proportion. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I have to have a drink. more in base charges than a single resident unit. Both systems achieve class differentials. They simply apply all differently. The HRM comparison is not applicable to Victoria County situation. The HRM operates a large urban wastewater system serving tens of thousands of customers with significant economies of scale. Phase 1 of Victoria County system currently has the potential to serve 2 main customers. Fixed costs must be recovered from those 2 accounts. And even at $300 EDU quarter, the system is operating at a deficit temporarily covered by reserves pending additional customers coming online. Victoria County's water system with 600 customers across 4 separate plants is similarly not a valid comparison. As the customer base grows, rates will be reviewed by council and adjusted accordingly. I'll read those ones later. The next one from a concerned resident, Mr. Donovan, was from Kyla Williams. Okay, thank you. Phase 1 will serve initial customers based comprising Cape Smoky Developments and Cape Smoky Estates condominium in English Harbor. Capital cost contributes from connecting parties are being addressed through separate cost sharing agreements and conditions of this connection. And this is her concern. Bear with me because some of the words are cut off in my printing here. So why does the proposed bylaw grant council the authority to connect people to join? Or I'm not sure what that is. Compel people to join sector 3.9 question mark. Property owners make their own decisions about and when and whether to connect. She has, I'm sorry, I'm reading. She has things underlined, and then I'm just reading her comments. Based on projected connection and flows in the near term, annual rates at revenue estimated approximately $221,000 against the annual cost base rate approximately. Not only did the municipality use approximately $7.5 million from public reserves to help fund this wastewater infrastructure, they are now stating that phase 1, which serves the developer, is projected to run a first-year shortfall of approximately $111,000. They've planned for this shortfall to fund from the municipal operating reserves. So we absorb that cost again. Rates will be reviewed and adjusted annually by the council to reflect actual costs and uses. If this continues to be a potential shortfall, will residents be forced? Mr. Donovan, do you have that? Yeah. I'm sorry, we didn't have these questions beforehand for me to go over, so I'm just getting this now.
I believe the question is whether or not the shortfall will be transferred to residents, or will it be covered by the municipal reserves? If there is a operational shortfall year over year.
Okay, thank you there.
So
You go ahead.
to that, that's why the wastewater rates and charges bylaw as a separate bylaw from the operational piece of it. So once we get up and running and we know what it costs, we'll be able to estimate the cost to recover. Ideally, there's going to be a surplus in this. So we are not going to be taking any more from the reserves. We're going to relook at the rates when we know what the system looks like and how it operates.
She also states important to remember that once the wastewater is operational, the development will be eligible for significant tax incentives through the CDDI bylaw. Okay. Go ahead.
Yep, and that's available to any commercial customer that does more development down there. So when a commercial customer puts more than $250,000 into their investment, and they're hooked up to municipal water and sewer, they're all encouraged to apply to the county for the CDDI rebate on their taxes for sure. Yep.
Next, where a customer has a metered water supply, wastewater volume shall be estimated based on the metered water consumption. Does a family residents with an apartment receive two separate bills, including two $300 base charges? It's one of her questions there.
So again, we didn't have these ahead of time, so I don't know 100%, but however, does a family residence with an apartment receive two separate bills, including two base, if they have two separate hookups, then I would assume that they would have two separate $300 base charges. And I also want to go back to the question or the comment earlier about the 7.5 million that went into this system. This is not a $15 million system that is in place so far. I believe our budget is around 3.6 million. We've received provincial funding for half of this, and the other half is coming originally from operating reserves. And there's also a capital charge being passed on to the customer for any commercial customers, which is in process also. That is incorrect, that this system is costing 7.5 million.
Okay, next one is connecting to the wastewater system is voluntary for existing properties within the service area. Nothing in this bylaw shall be construed as requiring an existing property owner to connect to the wastewater system. Currently, her comment is currently this bylaw applies solely to phase one. It's already been explicitly shared that the completion of phase two will necessitate charges or amendments to the bylaw. What guarantees exist that this provisions will remain unchanged once phase two is introduced? Our apologies again.
There's nothing that exists that these provisions remain unchanged. All of it could be changed when council would like to amend the bylaw. So the whole bylaw could actually be amended if it's adopted and then it wants to be, or the council wants to amend it afterwards. Any section of it could be amended.
Thank you. Overdue accounts are subject to the interest rate of 1.5% per month on the outstanding balances. Unpaid charges may be added to the tax account. Her comment to this could potentially lead to a tax sale if the owner cannot pay. We've already been answered that question. Okay, I have one more here to read. I think this is the last one. This one was submitted by Jenny on behalf of the Ingonish Arts and Cultural Society. Dear councillors, we are writing in advance of the public hearing regarding the proposed wastewater bylaw and wastewater rates and charges. Our request is that council not proceed with the second reading immediately following the public hearing. In our view, proceeding to the second reading before the concerns below are answered would prematurely unfair to affected residents and inconsistent with meaningful public participation. These bylaws are are not merely administrative. They create a new wastewater utility framework, establishes rates and charges, preserves board enforcement powers, and may impose significant financial, legal, and practical obligations of residents, small business, and future property owners. The public may record before council is incomplete. The May 4th, 2026 recommendation report states that the capital cost contributions from connecting parties are being addressed through separate cost sharing agreements as a condition of connection. These agreements have not been provided with bylaw package. Without disclosure of those agreements, residents cannot assess whether the proposed rate structure is fair, whether the initial users are paying an appropriate share, or whether municipal reserves are being used to subsidize a private development. This is especially important because the same report confirms that phase 1 will serve the private developer. It also confirms that the utility is projected to run first year shortfall of approximately $111,000 based on estimate annual review of approximately $221,000 against the annual cost of approximately $332,000. The report states that this shortfall will be funded through transfers of municipal operating reserves. Do you want to answer that one again?
I believe you already had that same one earlier.
Okay. Reserve funds are public funds. The statement that the reserves transfer has no impact on the overall operating budget does not mean there's no public financial impact. Council should not proceed with second reading until it clearly explains why public reserves are being used both for the capital side of the infrastructure and the operating shortfall of the system, phase 1, whose users are developer-related properties. Council should also explain who bears the financial risk to connection uptake is slower than projected, operating costs exceeds projections, the developer does not proceed as expected, or the users reduce, delay, or discontinue the use of the system. I think most of that was answered before. Inconsistency between voluntary connection and council order connection language. There is apparently inconsistency between the two bylaws. The wastewater rate and charge bylaw states the connection is voluntary for existing properties within the service area, and that nothing in this bylaw shall be constructed as requiring an existing property owner to connect. However, the wastewater bylaw separately refers to circumstances where council has ordered a building to be connected. And clause 3.9 provides that where the building has been connected or council has ordered the building to be connected, council may order septic tanks to be removed, destroyed, or filled. If connection is truly voluntary for existing properties, the bylaw should be harmonized. Council should not pass one bylaw reassuring residents that connection is voluntary while also passing a companion bylaw that preserves language referring to the council order connection and septic tank destruction or filling. If council intends to preserve future compulsory connection powers, the bylaw should clearly state the criteria and safeguards that would apply, including notice requirements, appeal rights, distance limits from the main sewer, treatment of functional septic system, hardship exemptions, cost protections, and whether compulsory connection could apply to existing residents or only to the new development. No clear distance limits or exemptions for properties far from the main sewer. The current bylaw does not appear to provide any clear distance limits or exemption for properties located from the main sewer line. The wastewater bylaw states that each property owner is liable for the entire cost, construction, and maintenance of the public service connection from their property to the main sewer. It also places responsibility on the property owner for the costs and supply of installing the new service sewer lateral, including trenching, excavation, reinstatement, bonds, deposits, permits, fees, and sewer pipe costs. This is a serious omission. Property setback from the road located on difficult terrain or otherwise requiring long laterals could face substantial private costs. Council should not pass a bylaw without clearly stating whether such properties are exempt, protected, eligible for cost sharing, or subject to maximum distance limit. You want to answer that?
I feel that the bylaw answers that your private lateral is your private lateral for hookup.
Okay. Private side infrastructure costs. The bylaw also leaves significant uncertainty around private side infrastructure, where a low pressurized or decentralized wastewater system is installed or required by the municipality. The property owner may be responsible for pumps, tanks, controls, valves, alarm system, continuous power supplies, backup system, operation, and maintenance. Residents need to know exactly what equipment they may be required to install, own, maintain, repair, and replace. You go ahead.
Connections or private connections. So if someone is interested in signing up, I'm expecting on phase 2 is already laid out. Phase 1 is already laid out. For phase 2, we will be doing some community consultation on and brainstorming on some ways to hopefully cost share or get some contractors that are down there that are in the area that we could maybe blitz some areas. If there's some that, you know, we have as many hookup as we can, and if we can help to get folks hooked up, I would expect that's something that council is interested in doing. But we have we got a few hurdles before we even get to that point.
Inspection, entry, enforcement, and cost recovery. Clause 10.1 is too broad as currently drafted. It permits an inspector to enter premises proposed to be connected to the wastewater system. The phrase proposed to be connected is not defined. It is unclear whether it means the owner has applied to connect, council has issued an order, the property is within service area, or the municipality merely anticipates further connection. That phase should be defined before the bylaw is passed. The enforcement and cost recovery provisions also requires clear public explanation. The bylaw permit unpaid charges to be added to the property tax account and collected in the same manner as municipal taxes, and wastewater bylaw also allows various cost repairs, emergency work, fines, and the enforcement expenses to be recovered from property owners as debt, including by adding them to your tax account. Residents should be clearly advised that these are not simply ordinary utility charges. Non-payment or alleged non-compliance may become a tax account debit.
Can I comment?
Yeah.
So we're not recreating the wheel here. You know, there's bylaws, there's wastewater bylaws all across the province, all across the country. Like we're not, this isn't something new to the world. So our bylaw is in line with many, many others across the province and across the country. And if you wouldn't mind, I think the recommendation report was noted a couple of times for that bit of a deficit there. Maybe Alex, if you'd like to speak on that, since it was your report there.
Yeah, that's good. Great.
Yeah, there was just one clarification I wanted to make because the report included the word temporarily, and I think that's the most important word that was in that report. So we talked about this through the budget process. So because we don't know who is going to hook up and when in phase one, especially with the development down there that is currently being built. So the timing, we don't know for sure. So through budgeting, we discussed that it is very likely that in year one, there will be a deficit. So we authorized a transfer, or council authorized a transfer from the reserve to temporarily cover that deficit. But the following year, we'll look at the costs all over again and play catch up. So the comments that said that the reserves are public funds that are going to be used to subsidize is not accurate, because rates are going to continuously be set to make sure they're covering the cost. It's just in the first year or so, we're not sure what that's going to look like. So that's the temporary is an important piece of that.
Thank you, Alex. Clause 12.6 allows the municipality to require an owner to repair or replace the defective lateral within 30 days or sooner, where there is an immediate risk. If the owner does not comply, the municipality may carry out work and recover the full cost as debt, including by adding it to the tax account. Clause 12.7 allows emergency entry, excavation, and repairs without prior notice where the municipality believes there is immediate risk to the septic system, public health, or the environment, with the full cost recovered from the property owner. These are broad powers with serious financial consequences that should not be adopted without clear safeguards and public explanation. The bylaw also appears to provide only limited internal revenue rights for certain enforcement orders, where a person may request review by the CAO. The CAO or designate may confirm, vary, suspend, or cancel the order, and the decision is final. The council should explain whether this provides sufficient protocol procedural where the consequences may include property entry, require repairs, service, suspension, costs, and added taxes or emergency work.
I think a good example of this is there seems to be quite a few comments about if there's an emergency response that's needed, that that the county will be able to enter a property. The example that we were floating around was, if your house is on fire, are you requesting permission to get in, and do you need permission before you enter the property? You know, if there's something that is an emergency that is happening in someone's septic system that will affect the system, we're there to protect the overall system. It's a huge investment by the municipality, and we will do what we have to ensure that the system operates as it is supposed to. We're talking about emergency situations here. We're not talking random people approaching properties. It's already been described or discussed in several other questions there. If it's something that is going to happen normally or on a reasonable basis, each property owner will be made aware, and the people that are entering will have identification, and it will be at a reasonable time. But if it's an emergency situation, I would hope that anyone would want people to enter the property before all permission is received.
Rates, EDUs, and realistic cost examples. The proposed rate structure also requires further scrutiny. The recommendation report uses an illustrative residential example of 20 meters or square meters per quarter. She's got that wrote wrong. Procedural, a quarterly bill of of $360 and an annual bill of $1,440. However, actual residence water consumption may be higher. A household using 64 square meters in a quarter would pay approximately $492 for a quarter, or $1,968 annually before any connective fee or private side costs. Council should provide realistic examples based on actual residential water usage ranges before asking residents to accept the proposed rates.
Can I also comment on that one?
Yes, Ken.
So what we heard from the community was that we are subsidizing a private investor. So we charge them a capital charge. We also heard that we're subsidizing we're subsidizing a private investor. So we set rates to recoup the costs. And again, it's being argued that we're charging too much. Alex noted we're going to look over the rates every year as we have certain costs, or as we have costs, as we get used to having these systems, we're going to charge accordingly. But we're charging the customer that we have for the system, recouping the costs. So originally we heard that we weren't charging enough. Now we put the rate up and now we're charging too much. So it's hard to, this is the approach that we have taken.
This question's been answered, this concern's been answered 3 times, the affordability and impact on residents, the quarterly base. So I'm going to just go on to the next one. Small business and ICI impact. Small businesses also require clearer information. The wastewater bylaw imposes significant obligations on ICI customers, including maintenance, access points, possible water characterizations reports, pre-treatment works, monitoring programs, sampling, record retention, grease and oil sediment, inceptors, and possibly overstrength surcharges. Local residents, lodges, small businesses, and community facilities should be giving clear cost examples before this bylaw is passed. Questions that should be answered before the second reading. For these reasons, we are respectfully requesting the council defer the second reading and provide written answers to the following questions before proceeding. Will council disclose the full cost sharing agreements with the private developer before the second reading? Why is the projected $111,000 first year operating shortfall funded from the municipal operating reserves instead of being recovered from the users of phase 1, the private developers? 3, who bears the financial risk of connecting if connection uptakes is slower than projected, operating costs exceed projections, and the development does not proceed as expected, or the initial users reduce, delay, or discontinue the use of the system? If connection is voluntary for existing properties, why does the wastewater bylaw preserve language referring to council ordering building connected? Number 5, will council amend the bylaw to clearly state the existing residential properties cannot be compelled to connect unless specific criteria, notice requirements, appeal rights, exemptions, hardship protections, and distances limited are adopted? 6, what distance limits or exemptions apply to properties located far from the main sewer line, including homes set back from the road, properties on difficult terrain, or properties that would require long laterals or private pumping infrastructure? 7, if properties far from the main sewer line could ever be required to connect, what cost sharing, hardship protections, appeals rights, or exemptions would apply? 8, what private side infrastructure could residents be required to install own, operate, maintain, repair, or replace, including laterals, pumps, tanks, controls, valves, alarms, backup power, and related equipment. 9, what does proposed to be connected mean in clause 10.1? 10, if unpaid charges, fines, repairs, costs, emergency work, or enforcement costs be added to residents' tax accounts, what enforcement consequences may follow? 11, will homes with apartments, suites, secondary units, in-laws, cottages, or mixed residential uses be charged more than one EDU or more than one quarterly base rate? 12, what affordability analysis did council complete before posing a $300 quarterly base charge per EDU? And what protection, exemptions, rebates, caps, or hardship measures will be available for seniors, residents on fixed incomes, low income households, and working families already struggling with the cost of living? 13, what protections exist on property owners who cannot afford connection costs, private side infrastructure repairs, or increased annual utility charges? 14, what procedural safeguards and appeal rights exist before the municipality may enter property, require repairs, carry out work, suspend services, or add costs to the tax account? 15, what protections exist for small businesses, community facilities, restaurants, lodges, and other ICI users that may face additional compliance costs beyond the basic quarterly bill? Council should not treat the public hearing as a procedural formality. If public input is to be meaningful, council must have the time to consider before voting. Holding the public hearing and then the proceeding immediately after to second reading risks creating the appearance that this decision has already been made. We therefore ask council to defer the second reading, disclose the missing financial agreements, clarify the inconsistency between the bylaws, providing written answers to residents' questions, and allow the public a meaningful opportunity to respond for any vote. Respectfully, Jenny, on behalf of the English Arts Cultural Center. I'm going to refer with the, we don't have it, that's it for readings. That's it. Okay. Do you want to respond to anything else there?
Already have been covered within there, and submitting it at this point didn't give us a time really to look at any of those. But we will have a look and prepare some answers and put them on the website.
Okay, I've had 3. These won't be read out. I have 3 concerned letters from Michelle B. Burton, Tracy Buchanan, and Michaela Buchanan. There are concerns about the cost of hook up to the system and properties about the system. So this is just against the wastewater system. So this is not what this bylaw is being read about. And that's it, I guess. Yeah. Mr. Barretto, you had your choice. You had your chance to speak beforehand. Okay, you want to come forward? You have 2 minutes. And you can state your name for the record, please. Mr. Barretto, turn the button on there. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my name is David Barretto, Powellbrook Accommodations at 38397 Cabot Trail, just a mile north of the ski lodge facility. Now, I had wrote letters one to Tim, one to you, Jackie, one to Leanne, and one to Ryan. I don't know if you received them, but I put them in one envelope to the municipality with individual letters to you people. And basically what I was saying, that we're the largest private landowner in Ingonish besides the ski lodge now. And I want that I heard that maybe it wasn't gonna be going by our property, and I've been told that there's certain reasons why I can't use my property for future development, and it's contradictory to everything that we know about the shortage of property to build on. I own a piece of property that's approximately.
Mr. Pareto, is this about this specific bylaw?
It is. It's
Okay.
about the water now. So the water, like, I'm looking at a couple of different things here.
Well, please refrain your comments and your questions to this specific bylaw. This can't be just about the whole wastewater system. This is about this bylaw.
Well, I just want to make this clear, what's going on here. I want to build a campground. There's going to be maybe 100 to 200 units, toilets going in there. So it's a volume that you're looking for to make this a viable project. Now, how does that work? Do you put one T there, or do I gotta have individual measurements? How are you gonna do this? How are you gonna get the volume or volumetric, whatever you want to say? How are you gonna measure it? How are you gonna measure it to in and out? And I know there's talk, Leanne, about the water that comes into my house from the municipality is measured going out, and that's how we'll do it. Well, you may fill your swimming pool. You may wash your car. There's gray water. I buy the water from municipality. If I want to put the shower water and the sink water into my lawn, that should be up to me. I shouldn't have to pay for it to go into there. So these are different things. Right now, there's not if, that septic system has to go by our property, because we're the only ones in English that has any amount of developable land. And so it has to come by our house. And that's why I wrote you that letter. You can't ignore that fact and not go around the head of the harbor. So I would like to have T's put in place for future growth as it's going, because that's the point in time where it would be put in. You put that in as you're going by, because we own 1 kilometer of land on each side of the road. I would like to have a couple of T's put in there. Now, if I do in the future, not saying I'm doing this, but in the future, I might want to put 2,000 condos up on my property. And how are you going to bill for that? Is there going to be one T and there's going to be one rate for all of that, and the volume is going to be divided by those people? Or is there going to be a line that is individually collected and monitored, measured there at that point in time? So if that is the case, if I got to put a collection line of almost a mile to the back of my property to do this, then I shouldn't have to pay for it if the houses that are going on that line, or the units, whatever they are, condos, whatever it's going to be, if that's going there, their property line would begin there. So there's a lot of things that I realize you're considering a lot of this stuff. And I need you to understand where I'm considering. And I've told you, Leanne, before, things change, different.
Yep.
And like I said to
So,
Ryan,
Mr. Barretto,
yes.
when you have your design ready to go, we invite you to bring it forward. We'll get district planning involved, and we will
Yeah,
look to see if it.
I've tried to go there, and John Bain, like,
So that's
everybody,
in relation to this file.
everybody's in the same boat here, Leanne, and I realize that nobody can give solid answers because you really don't, nothing's solidified yet.
So,
Nothing.
so I invite you, when you have your plan ready of your design, let us know, and we'll sit down and we'll have a.
Yeah, but what I'm
conversation in
saying
relation to-
is, I'm looking at 10 years down the road. I'm looking at 20 years. I could be gone. Like this could be 50 years from now. My family's land, we've had it 172 years now.
So,
Things change.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm saying. I need that septic system to go by our house, not go across the harbor, and avoid coming up the head of the harbor. That needs to be done. That's
So
crazy.
like Ms. McCachran said, when you get your plans, come forward to council.
Yeah, but there's no plan and there's no, like, I can't, what do you want? Do you want like a 20-year plan, a future plan, or what I say I'm gonna do in 20 years? I can't say that. I
Well,
can't do that, Jackie. So,
I know, so we can't answer your question right
no,
now.
but I think that when you see a piece of property, that big a piece of
Mhm.
property in a developable area, and I say, I need to have a T put in the line here, here, and here. And then, like I say, for future tapping onto it, it's simple, it's easy.
So once we get to phase two, we'll have a conversation with you.
Right.
If depending on where the area is, if the system, we have a lot of hills to climb
Mhm.
for phase two, so we will be in touch with all residents down there.
I realize that, but you know, when it first came out, it seemed like there was a questionnaire that it was a selective questionnaire, and I applied. I own 6 pieces of property and 1, 2,
Hey, Mr. Bretta,
3,
Mr. Bretta, I'm sorry.
5 of those I said no to about getting it.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there right now. So, that's not to do with this bylaw right
I
now.
realize that.
So
I
could you-
realize that. So I'm gonna close like this. I have Tim there. Tim's my neighbor. I'm gonna deal with Tim and I will deal with you.
Yep,
Now,
anytime.
I didn't give you the letter. It wasn't delivered to you or whatever, but now at least you've heard it directly from me.
Yep.
I am requesting that collection system goes by through my property. And I will, through a proposal, I will put in for like 3 Ts to be put in place, maybe 4, right? Because it's a substantial piece of property that is the future of Inganesh.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barretto. Okay, so this this meeting is now closed. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the regular council meeting for June 2022, 2026 to order. You've all had the agenda circulated to you. Can I get approval for the agenda, please? It's moved by Councillor Donovan. Second. Second by our new councillor. Congratulations and welcome, Councillor Nicholson. All in favor? Yes, motion is carried. First thing on our agenda, then, we have a presentation from food security presenters, Miss Alex Redden and Margaret Vasello. If you ladies would like to come to the desk, and Alex knows the protocol. Yeah, but for Margaret's listen, look, I have Margaret. For Peggy's since she doesn't know all of us, I'm going to start right here for our counselors to introduce themselves to you.
Good morning. My name is Donna Matheson-Lafort. I'm from District 1, which is Wadmacook, Washabuck Peninsula, Buckla, and a few other little places thrown in between. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Perla McLeod, District 2, Middle River, Big Bedek, Bedek Inlet, Yankee Line to the bridge of Wadmacook and the Petit Warren. Welcome.
Nicholson, can you bring the mic a little closer to yourself, please? Thank you. You're going to get used to it.
Good morning. My name is Fraser Patterson. I represent District 5, which is basically the other side of Kelly's Mountain. That's way to describe it.
Good morning. Welcome. My name is Rosella Bourne. I'm district counselor in District 4. So that would be Big Harbor, South Haven, Englishtown, St. Anne's, North Shore, and all the way to Smoky.
Morning, I'm Tim Donovan, counselor for District 6, which is from the top of Smoky to North Ingonish.
Good morning, I'm Wanda Hennick. I'm in District 8, that's Dingwall, Cape North, Ashby Bay, Bay St. Lawrence, up to Capstick.
Good morning. I'm Jackie Organ. I am the counselor for District 7, which goes from North Ingonish, Tim's area to Dingwall, Councillor Hennick's area. Good morning. And you may proceed.
So good morning. So you all know me. I'm Alex Redden and I'm the CFO for Victoria County. And I'm joined with Peggy Vasallo, the manager of Healthy Communities with Nova Scotia Public Health. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm with Public Health. I'm based out of the Sydney office, and I'm the manager of the Healthy Communities team. The Healthy Communities team works, we have health promoters, nutritionists, dental hygienists, and people that work in the schools, school health promoters, and youth engagement coordinators. So we have quite a large team in eastern Nova Scotia. And I brought with me today Percy. Percy Ager is a health promoter, and many of you may know Jessica Wong. She's a health promoter on our team as well, but she's on mat leave. And Percy is going to be filling in for Victoria County, covering over Victoria County. And I just want to quickly mention a couple of key projects that we're going to be working on too, and we'd love to connect in with people in Victoria County, and that's we do housing and homelessness research, and we're going to be doing another service space count in eastern Nova Scotia. We'll be beginning that work in the fall. And then we're also looking at doing a bit of a scan on rural transportation networks as well. So it's more of a research project for us right now, and just to identify the gaps and challenges in rural transportation. And we also work on other topic areas as well that's really around the social determinants of health. So lots of things, but today we're talking about food insecurity.
So Peggy and I were both part of this Beyond the Bank working group since the beginning, since it first started, and we're grateful to be here today to share the results of these findings. So before we begin, we will offer a territorial acknowledgement. So the research that was conducted was in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. We acknowledge that the territory is covered by the Peace and Friendship Treaties, which the Mi'kmaq and the Maliseet first signed with the British Crown in 1725, and which did not involve the surrender of land or resources. So to understand this work, I'm going to start with just a couple of definitions, because food security and food insecurity are not simply the opposites of each other. So food security exists when everyone has access to safe and nutritious food of the variety and the amount that they both want and need in a way that maintains their dignity. By contrast, food insecurity is an inadequate or insecure access to food due to financial constraints. So that distinction matters because food insecurity is more tied to financial than it is to food itself. So with that framing in mind, we will look at food insecurity at home. So data from 2022 shows that the Atlantic Canadian region scored the highest proportion of individuals living in food insecure households in the country, and Nova Scotia led that at 28.9%. From the 2024 report card from the Canadian Centre of Policy Alternatives, it also shows a serious picture at the county level, and this was based on 2022 Statistics Canada data. So child poverty rates in the eastern region are high across the board. So for perspective, Cape Breton County is 32.4%, Guysborough 28.3%, Victoria County 26.5%, Richmond 26.4%, Inverness 24.4%, and Antigonish at 18.3%. And every one of those rates was up from 2021. So research shows that the primary driver of food insecurity is income. So as you will hear in this presentation, it's not related to skills, it's not related to habits, and it's not related to just food prices. And then in rural communities, like all of those in Victoria County, it's then it's compounded by access. So the practical barriers that come with the geography. So you have to drive further to access the food that you want or the food that's more affordable. And food assistance programs are trying to fill that gap. So before we get into the project, I'm just going to address the common response that this topic draws, which why don't you just use a food bank? So the research shows that 1 in 4 food insecure households don't actually use a food bank. So that means the majority of food insecure households don't actually step into a food bank. And it's really not because there isn't one. It's because stigma is a real barrier for accessing food bank. And plus in rural areas such as ours and in this region, some food banks are only open as infrequently as once a month. And then there's also the fact that food banks only provide a finite amount of food, and it doesn't actually address why someone can't afford groceries in the first place. So like the slide said, food banks are a critical short-term release valve. And the work that they do is valued and it is deeply important work, but food banks are not the solution to food security itself. So the research is very clear on this, so it's worth saying that food insecurity is not a skills problem and it's not a behavior problem. So the research shows that adults in food insecure households, they report the same level of cooking abilities as food secure households. They're equally likely to adjust a recipe to make it healthier, to try to reduce fat, reduce salt, and in general, their shopping habits are no different. But what is different is the constraints that they're operating under. So food insecure households spend a much larger proportion of their budget on their basic needs. So on food, on shelter, and on clothing. And 84% of food insecure households report shopping under strict spending limits when it comes to shopping for food. And this is compared to only 43% of food secure households. So it's not a sign of poor planning. It's a sign that these households are being careful and disciplined because they're under real financial pressure. So we also wanted to address food prices because that can nowadays very much so seem like a big driver, but it's not the only one. Food insecurity existed when food prices were much lower, but the current prices are not helping. So Feed Nova Scotia says that when nearly 90% of people that are accessing food support are citing the high cost of living as the reason that they're seeking help. So price is one of many factors, but right now it is significant. And then, like I said, Victoria County has these pressures, even on top of that, having to limited grocery options in your local community and having the cost of traveling, especially with the cost of gas, having to travel to larger centers to find more affordable food. So researchers can sometimes refer to these as food deserts. So the geography is creating another structural barrier that is limiting people options and increasing the costs. So this rules out things like education or budgeting programs as a fix for food insecurity. The real levers for change here are income, cost of living, and geography. So this is why we're here. So this project is called Beyond the Bank. So in 2020, community-based organizations were founding themselves under growing strain. Groups that were never set up to provide food, so examples like libraries or transitional housing organizations, were getting calls from people who needed food. And so the scope of what these organizations were being asked to do was expanding far beyond whatever their original mandate was, and it was leading to burnout and strained capacity. And at the same time, local communities were finding creative ways to try to feed more people, and very little of it was being formally studied or documented. So this is how Beyond the Bank came to be. It was a community-led research initiative that ran across the Nova Scotia Eastern Health Zone. It was co-led by New Dawn Enterprises, Cape Breton University, and Nova Scotia Public Health. The goals of the project were to understand how food assistance programs work, foster relationships among the organizations doing the work, identify challenges and opportunities these organizations are facing, and to look for the policy levers that could actually change the state of food insecurity in Eastern Nova Scotia. Victoria County was represented by myself in the working group, and we were alongside Inverness County, Eskasoni Health, and other food community organizations across the region. So the project had 2 phases. In 2024, there was a survey that went out across every county in the zone. And then the second phase in 2025 was 5 focus groups and 3 individual interviews for 23 participants in total that dove deeper into what the survey revealed. And then what the research was actually studying. So the research covered all 6 counties in the Eastern Zone. So Antigonish, Guysborough, Richmond, Inverness, Victoria, and Cape Breton counties. It defined food assistance broadly. So while it did include traditional food banks, it also covered things, anything that was providing food at no cost or a subsidized cost. So food pantries, meal programs, community kitchens, gardens, nutrition education, grocery boxes, or voucher programs. And the survey focused on funding sources, organizational mandates, and community partnerships that the group had formed. Invitations went out to 110 invited organizations, and 53 unique organizations responded. And it was a mix of registered charities, incorporated nonprofits, community groups, and faith-based organizations. And then the research was independently reviewed. It was approved by the ethics board of both Cape Breton University and the University of British Columbia with funding from UBC's Food Odyssey project. So we're just noting that to say that this independent oversight means that council can have confidence in what is shared today. So Peggy is going to now walk through the findings.
To the yellow infographic that I passed out, and this is the key findings from the survey that was completed in 2024.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
you need the mic.
Sorry.
Never done this before.
Yeah, so 55% of food work was not really the main goal of the organization. It wasn't their primary mandate. So what this kind of drove home for us that the organizations, libraries, different other groups were really doing food work at the side, sort of like at the sort of a secondary or type of work. And it really confirmed for us that this was a growing need. And then we also asked questions around how organizations are funded. And overwhelmingly, a lot of organizations said they use private donations as their fundraising, as their primary source. And you notice here down below that municipal funding is in there, and it's at 14%. And we also asked around the food assistance programs, all that apply. How do they deliver food assistance? So, because it was such a wide range of organizations, food vouchers and gift cards came out as one of the primary sources. But as you notice that, food banks is just a small part of the food that is available in the communities. There's lots of other types of programs out there. We also wanted to know about what types of ages and breakup of the people they serve. Overwhelmingly, most of the programs do serve all ages. And some of the other things around access, 40% of the organizations required applications to receive food services, and 22% of organizations require documentation. This could be seen as a bit of a stigmatizing activity. We have had reports of people not having documentation as well when they do go to places like food banks, and that causes a bit of a barrier. And the 17% of organizations require clients to pay fees to receive some of the food services as well. So then we get into the number of and the frequency of programs, and I'll just leave that with you. It's just sort of, how often people can receive food. And it's kind of good to know that 62% have responded that daily or as needed, people can receive food assistance in the Eastern Zone. Some of the challenges, this is what really stood out for us, is the funding and the uncertainty of funding. As we all know, with small organizations, it's always a hardship. And 70% said that their funding was either uncertain, inadequate, or underfunded. And also another big factor that stood out for us was that a lot of these food programs are volunteer led, and or else it is in a role, it's a combination of a volunteer and or a paid staff. But really 33% of the food programs that we've discovered were really volunteer led. And almost all, 87%, said they have seen, and this is in 2024 that we conducted the survey, they've seen an increase in the demand for services. And as you know, through our media, we likely think that demand has increased even more. So then when we did the focus groups, we really wanted to dig a little deeper into some of the strengths and challenges that we wanted to kind of uncover. What is it that's working, and what can we learn from this? So one of the things we learned is that the value of the people that are serving food to their community members, they really get to know the needs of the community members and may be able to help advocate for them in a further way. And also with some of the grassroots initiatives, they have fostered social connections through some of the food programs, the meal programs, different things that we've heard, and the cooperation and collaboration, working together and building, especially in a community, smaller communities. A lot of the volunteers work with other organizations as well, building those connections. And the challenges over and over again seemed to come down to funding and the fear of volunteer burnout. Some people in our focus group session said they're fearful that if they retire from this organization, there's nobody behind them to volunteer. There's a lot of fear around that, and it can be demanding as well. And the volunteers, the threat of losing volunteers is a real thing that we've heard over and over again. We did hear a lot around rural options, that there are a lot of barriers that exist. Particular transportation was one of them that came up, and prices seem to be a little higher in some smaller communities when you have to, you're at a milk and it costs a lot more at the corner store kind of thing. Cost of living and demand, the rising costs, that was really one of the other big things that I think everybody recognized around the tables. And somebody said, we unfortunately have to limit our support more now because the funding is dwindling. We're concerned, like we're kind of in this scarcity mindset that I hate being in. So we developed some strategies around short, medium, and long-term things that we can do from hearing from our participants. Short-term strategies would be to continue to fund and support your local food bank, pantries, and soup kitchens. They are an important part of our community, and they feed people that are hungry today. They're an immediate response to people that are hungry today. Medium-term strategies could be food gardens, community kitchens, and building more skills around food literacy. It's not the answer, but it is things that do help, and especially in that social connection piece as well. And then, of course, we're looking at policy change to address the root conditions. And this would be in an advocacy piece that, keeping our eye on the prize, that really it's affordability, and we have to start thinking a little bit more long-term.
Yeah, so I was just going to add in the local example as it relates to Victoria County. So initiatives like the Senior Safety Social Network programming that's being done, as well as Victoria County Transit, it's not directly related to food security or food insecurity, but those decisions are influencing it because they are providing means for people to access food. So it's worth noting that although when we talk about policy change, municipal government doesn't have any direct influence on some of those policy changes, some of the decisions that are made around the municipal government table do have a ability to make change in this area. And then, as Peggy said, the advocacy piece is a big role that we see municipal governments could take in this work.
So what are we asking today for council members to consider as they hear this presentation is really be a voice. Highlight the current food initiatives through your website, any opportunities to highlight the programs and the good work that is being done by the volunteers in your community. Be an advocate. There's a lot of opportunities, I would say, for municipalities to be an advocate, especially through working with their counterparts, provincially, federally, and also to endorse this report, and also making it part of your planning process, kind of like when you're thinking things through, like how does this impact the ability for more food to have access to more food in our communities, and possibly think about championing this work. And that would be maybe naming somebody, a council member, somebody that we can connect into. We are going to be doing more presentations in the fall throughout the eastern zone, and so we will be meeting, and we're hoping to meet back into Victoria County again. So we'd love to have somebody representing the municipality at those tables when we do kind of look through. I left with you, there's the 2 pages. These are the recommendations that came out of the report. And there's recommendations for what policy, what decision makers can do, what organizations can do, and lastly, what individuals can do. So it's broken down in that way. And I'll just leave you with this quote from Feed Nova Scotia. Food insecurity is a political choice. Each level of government has levers they can choose to pull in order to address the root causes of poverty and reduce food insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Does any council members have questions or comments? Councillor Bourne, go ahead.
Thank you so much for that. Just to share a little bit about some of the extra work that I do as a councillor. I sit on as chair of the Victoria County Community Health Board. So everything that you shared today is actually our mandate. And we just finished our 5-year plan. And through that 5-year plan that led us from 2025 to 2029, food security was the top. Yeah. So we did 2 years of research, and I don't know if you tapped into that, all the data that they had there, but there was quite a bit. So another way that we could help support is through the Community Health Board, and having a councillor as the Community Health Board chair might help support also with folks here on the table. But excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
Councillor Matheson-Lafort.
And just to add on top of that, Victoria County was represented at the Basic Income Guarantee Nova Scotia on the panel with Kim Pate. So, and we supported that in a motion last year as well.
Okay.
So
I was wondering it. Yeah.
yeah, no, because this isn't a food problem. People are broke. It's simple. People need more money. End of conversation. And so that's what has to be fixed. Thank you for coming tonight.
Councillor, anyone else? Thank you, ladies, then, for the great presentation. Next up, we'll have Mr. Adam Fine for the wayfinding presentation. Oh, he's virtual. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Just 1 second, Adam.
No worries.
While she's getting that sorted, folks, I can give you a quick intro. What Adam's presenting is the signage and wayfinding report that was conducted earlier this year. It was facilitated and started, I guess, from the winter best practice mission we did to Charlevoix, Quebec, as well as a lot of public input onto some confusion on decision points around the Cabot Trail and within the county. Also, a number of business operators had identified concerns around different signage in different places that was leading people to closed stores or businesses that were no longer in existence. So combining all of those issues together, we went to RFP and sought applications for this signage and wayfinding strategy. There was a number of iterations of it and public engagement sessions held around the county. Many of you had attended those at different times as well. And the report that you have in front of you is the full report, and Adam's going to give a little synopsis of the presentation on the findings. He's got some clear recommendations on how we can move forward. A lot of these involve provincial signage as well as park signage, and you'll see references to all of that in the program itself. So I think we have a process forward. We did purposely avoid anything to do with branding and designing any sorts of signage. This wasn't about the branding, and it's about the strategy behind where a good sign should be and how we move people around the county in order to get to the places they want to be. I don't know what else I can say about it. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but I would. You will see a lot of reference to wayfinding, and there's been a lot of discussion through community grants and through different issues around English Development Society wanting to do signage plan. There's some in Cape North at North Islands Community Museum looking for signage support. Neils Harbor also had a signage issue where the community sign had fallen down last year. So all of these are encompassed in the same sort of strategy and how we move forward with those, and recognizing the importance of those signs, but also clarifying what's a good sign. Lots of people think that they should put, their menu items on a sign, but if you're driving by at 80 kilometers an hour, you're not going to read most of those items. So a lot of this was referencing some past sins and things that we can work to correct and improve upon. So I see Adam on screen. I don't know if Adam can hear me. Ooh.
I can hear you okay. Can you folks all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Then I will share my screen, and thank you for the great introduction, Dan. I hope you can all see this. So yeah, it was our pleasure to work through this wayfinding strategy with Dan and Colleen, and I'm going to take you through the highlights of our presentation here. So just we'll start with who I am and who Fathom Studio is. I'll take you through the method that we followed in this project. I'm going to give you some just basic tips about wayfinding that apply generally, and then I'm going to get into some specific observations for Victoria County. I'll take you through all of our recommendations, or some top-level recommendations, and then some advice about implementation going forward. So first of all, who are we? Fathom Studio that I work for is a collective of 48 different architects, landscape architects, designers, planners, engineers based in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. I am the head of the experiential graphic design division, and we've been providing advice, I think, for about 28 or 29 years on wayfinding systems, on interpretive planning, and all kinds of different things. As you can see from my photo here, I'm a recovering jazz musician, and I got into this very strange specialty from touring to all the Canadian cities and wondering why signage wasn't better, and learning lots about all the different cities in the country. And then contributing to this project was one of my colleagues, Arun Rajendran, who's a wayfinding designer, and together we produced a lot of the advice that appears here. So for the method of this project, began with a multi-day site visit. You can see the red line here on the screen, and this shows you every place that I drove in Victoria County. I drove many of your roads, and it was a a pleasure, of course, because I love coming to Victoria County and I look for every excuse to do so. We were looking for documentation of all of the environments, all the different kinds of roads and trails, pedestrian environments, and then looking for all the existing signs and seeing what state things are in and looking for what's working and what isn't working throughout. We also, as Dan mentioned, had some engagement with stakeholders. So we did a pair of in-person sessions, one in Cape North and one in Baddeck, where you are right now. And then we did a series of interviews as well with various stakeholders to find out what people are thinking about with respect to wayfinding. Once I had done the major site visit, I spent a lot of time thinking about how the county works and sketching some mental maps. And you can see just a sample of some of these things, looking for the connections, the landmarks, and how things are all put together there. So I'm going to give you a few general things about wayfinding. Wayfinding, people think about signage mostly, and I just want to get across the idea that wayfinding includes all kinds of other things that all integrate, that are all important to getting visitors from one place to the next. One thing is that wayfinding includes pathways. You can see this trail that moves from one area to the next. This is in Red Bay, Labrador. And getting on this trail and walking down it, you can see that the trail takes you to the right. You don't need a sign to tell you to take a turn there, but the trail itself makes that turn for you. That's true of roads and trails and any real pathway, even in interiors. They do a great job of moving us through public spaces. Wayfinding, of course, also includes landmarks and thinking about the kinds of things that you'll see or experience in some way. And you've got lots of great landmarks in Victoria County, like mountains that you'll see off in the distance, like the Seal Island Bridge down here. These are all landmarks that people might use when they have some familiarity of the place to help them know whether they're in the right place or the wrong place. Wayfinding, of course, includes signs of all kinds. This is an example from the town of Lunenburg in the South Shore. And the signs can provide context or direct people. And they're one of the things that we get to control, where they go, what they look like, how they work. Wayfinding also includes things like place names. And when thinking about how people move through public spaces on roads and trails, the wayfinding, how people talk about those place names is very important. And if everyone's using different place names for the same place, it could be quite confusing to visitors and quite problematic. So what we call a place, both on a map, on a sign, and what somebody might say in your local gas station, those things should all match ideally, so that when visitors are asking for help, they aren't confused by the place names that are used. Wayfinding includes branded assets, signs like this one from the National Park Service in the US. You know what kind of place you're entering by the brand that's attached to the sign. And knowing who owns the sign and who put it there can have an effect on how visitors feel about the place that they're about to enter. Wayfinding includes maps as well. Maps are often overemphasized in wayfinding. The issue is that maps can provide great context to people as they move through public spaces, but maps don't always come with you. If you have a map on your phone, that might help, but the map that someone sees on a kiosk might be there for a short time, and then that map may go away. So it helps you build that mental map of a place, but it's not always there with you as you travel. And then lastly, this is maybe the first thing that most people come across, pre-trip information. It's the thing that people will look at before they set out. And here's an example from your Cape Breton DMO, information about the various things that you might see and do in Victoria County. And the pre-trip information guides people on what might be possible. Can you connect between the two places? How long is it going to take? What are the routes like, and what modes of transportation are possible here? So pre-trip helps people provide that mental map before they set out. Okay, so now I'm going to get into a couple observations specifically about Victoria County, and all of these things will apply to wayfinding and signage in a general way. One is that the province owns almost all of your roads, and this is important because putting signs up in public rights of way will require getting the province on board. They'll have to permit any signs that are put up. And signs on 100 series highways are generally heavily restricted. You won't be able to put anything on Highway 105 throughout that runs by Baddeck, for example. But all the other roads like the Cabot Trail, the 312, those will all have some flexibility, but you'll have to collaborate with the province to do that. Victoria County has fairly few decision points. A decision point is a place where somebody decides to go straight or turn left or right. And on the roads, we counted about 14 primary decision points, which is not very many. Decision points are important to us when we're planning out wayfinding systems because they tell us where a sign might need to be placed. We might need to give people direction at each of these places. Of course, Victoria County, as you all know, is very low density for residents, but also there aren't a lot of retail clusters. You don't see a lot of places where there are multiple retail experiences all together. And this means that every destination is kind of its own thing. And we see that there's really not much call for pedestrian signage in Victoria County because there aren't a lot of places where people can get on a walk between a bunch of experiences, other than Bedeque itself, which of course is its own entity as a village. The Cabot Trail, we noticed that it kind of lacks coherence at its ends. It's sort of clear that it starts and ends at each of these 2 points, but there's a little bit of ambiguity on this north side at St. Anne's, where we've got the 312 providing an alternative route through Englishtown. And sometimes when people are talking about the Cabot Trail, they'll include the section of the 105 that runs from Buckwheat Corner up to St. Anne's. And that can be a little confusing for visitors about where it starts, where it ends, and what the actual route is. We noted that off-site commercial signs are overwhelming, and this is true in a whole bunch of different places throughout Victoria County. They're overwhelming because they distract people from the experience. They take your eyes away from the beautiful landscapes, and they're not really coherent signs. They're all talking about businesses which are off-site. They're somewhere else, and they're guiding you there. In some cases, these signs will guide you to something that's close by, like within a couple of kilometers, but some of them might be telling you to go to a business that's 10 kilometers, 30 kilometers away, which is we would generally consider not appropriate in these environments. The 2010-ish Cabot Trail brand has largely been abandoned. This was developed, This was developed to promote the Cabot Trail on signs. And you can see that the signs are actually in fairly good shape. They look pretty good, but the brand is not being supported any further right now. You won't see this brand in other places on websites and otherwise. And the cabottrail.travel domain here no longer works. This actually sends you to a website which no longer exists. So these signs are doing a job still, but the brand is no longer being supported by anybody. The provincial road directional signs are, in general, far too complicated for quick decision making. If you're trying to figure out where to go and you don't recognize any of your destinations among the destinations listed here, these signs can be really hard to read. In some cases, you've got 5 different highway signifiers at the top. You've got 4 different destinations that these signs will lead you to. And this will take quite a while to read. If cars are piling up behind you at a T intersection, these signs take far too long to process. Okay, so those are our main observations, and I'm going to get into some recommendations now. One is to create a simple, consistent wayfinding signage system that visitors can rely on. We think this should span all of Victoria County, and you can see an example here from St. John's, Newfoundland. We did this design several years ago for St. John's. And the idea is that you'll see similar signs throughout the whole city, and you'll see the same colors over and over again, and the experience is highly controlled. Visitors can rely on these no matter where they are, whether they're moving on foot or in a vehicle. We think that regional integration is really important, and because Victoria County and Inverness both share the Cabot Trail, we think that working with your neighbors is a really good idea, and establishing a wayfinding system that spans the entire Cabot Trail would be very, very useful. Of course, visitors don't know what municipality they're in most of the time, even if you do a great job letting them know at the entry points to your county. I think most people generally look for place names, but they don't necessarily know where they are. So having something that works across the whole region would be the best possible outcome. We think it's important to create a coherent Cabot Trail, as I mentioned earlier, and celebrating those ends, making it clear that these are the ends of the Cabot Trail or the beginning, and that people are getting on the right place, and making all of those decisions easy for folks. Leaving the 105 out where there really aren't any experiences. It's just a highway that gets you from one end to the next. We think it's important that the directional wayfinding system direct people to all of your amenities and destinations. That can include such things as washrooms, even private destinations such as gas stations, things that people will look for, and comforting tourists and other visitors as they're traveling across Victoria County is what that should do. Provincial parks, we noticed that a lot of the provincial park signs are not in great shape. A lot of them are quite old, and some of them, the park will come up on you without any warning. You won't necessarily know that Cape Smoky Picnic Park is even there until you see this sign, which is right at the entrance to the park. It's actually a great park with lots of like a really good trail experience. And the Nova Scotia Provincial Parks has suggested that it's possible for Victoria County to take over signing these parks. We think that that's a generally good idea to improve the experience, because the parks are actually in good shape and they're creating a good experience for visitors. They also provide public washrooms. And if this is something that Victoria County would take on, we would suggest it. You've got all kinds of incredible trails. I show a trail here on the left. That's the Theodore Fricker Mountain. It's an incredible experience, which I got to check out back last summer. And on the right here, I show what the trailhead looks like. You have to pass through a largely abandoned house, and the experience doesn't seem it's not very reassuring. You're not sure that this is a sanctioned trail, something that the municipality would like you to use. And we think that signing all of your best trails would do a great job of, first of all, confirming that the trails are sanctioned, that people are welcome to use them. And B, I think you could establish all kinds of information about safety, like what's expected for visitors on these trails. What kind of experience are they going to have? Is it an accessible trail? Is it something that's a little more difficult? Like this Theodore Fricker Trail was quite a challenging trail. I think all of that would be very useful to improve the experience and let people know all of the experiences that Victoria County has to offer on trails, which is quite a bit. You're not telling a lot of your stories about culture, about heritage, and I think there are lots of interesting things to talk about in Victoria County. So interpretation and placemaking would make a big difference. We think it's important that you tell your stories where people gather, in places where people might get out of their vehicles, and where they'll come across a kiosk and learn a little bit more about your Indigenous history, about the fishing history in Victoria County, about your weather, and all kinds of other interesting ideas. Because the place is pretty spread out, there are not a lot of decision points, as I mentioned. I think it's actually a great opportunity for creating really a subway map, something that's very simplified, like a subway map is. You don't have all of the details, but you can see where all the connections are. And if you were to continue along a road, what destinations does it take you to? What parks are available? Where are the washrooms? Where are the gas stations? And what else is available for you to do there? For language, there really is a strong inclination to use English primarily on your signs, but because of your important and interesting cultural history, we do think it's very sensible to use some other languages, such as Mi'kmaq on all kinds of natural features and Mi'kmaq places throughout Victoria County, and then to choose something like Gaelic on a lot of your place names is a great idea. You're already doing this, as you can see on this Aspie Bay sign. But it's not done consistently at the moment. Some signs have it and some signs don't. So we think using other languages than English would be great intentionally, but sparingly. These road directionals that I mentioned earlier need to be heavily simplified. And that's something you'll have to work with the province on. And then really, it's always important to ensure a positive visitor experience. You have to put somebody in charge of signs. Signs are one of those things that's kind of done from the side of the desk of somebody either in economic development or tourism or your public works department. And really, it's important that some specific person has signs that's part of their portfolio. Someone needs to be in charge. This is to ensure that the sign's messaging still works, that the message the sign is delivering still makes sense, that the signs are well maintained. You can see that this one, for example, is cracked and needs to be replaced. The locations of those signs make sense and are delivering their message at the right place. And that if you're implementing a signage system, that it's well done, and when it's complete, that it's doing its job. So we really think it's important to have a staff in charge. We certainly looked at mobile and digital aspects of wayfinding. And because your mobile network coverage remains poor in Victoria County, we think it's important to leave digital integration for later. there are a lot of places where you simply can't use your mobile phone to do anything. And it's a great argument to use traditional wayfinding signs to direct people and solve problems that they have when their mobile device is not working. We developed some criteria for what destinations to include in a wayfinding system. Things like any destination that's listed on a sign should be highly available. It should be something that's stable, that's going to be there for a while. We certainly want to favor publicly owned destinations and doing things that are broadly usable for wide kinds of user groups. The kinds of things we're talking about would be like federal and provincial parks, heritage sites, tourism-focused communities, various landmarks, trail experiences that people can have, leading people to washrooms and museums. So in the report, you'll note that we have a whole list of recommended destinations that can be considered for an eventual wayfinding system. Now, the last thing I've got to tell you about is our implementation advice. When going through, we developed a budget for signage based on the information we have so far. We recommended about 85 vehicular signs for cars traveling throughout Victoria County, 117 trail interpretive signs that tell stories, signs that direct people to trails and on trails, and maybe 72 multi-use trail signs that are appropriate for people who are on foot, who may be on ATVs or snowmobiles. For a total of about 274 signs, we looked at a budget of about $800,000 for fabrication and installation. This project, as Dan mentioned earlier, doesn't include design, so of course that number could go quite a bit up or quite a bit down depending on the complexity of the designs of the eventual signs. And about $100,000 in consulting time and staff time, both to design, to work through fabrication, and to ensure the job is properly done and make sure that you've got a great usable wayfinding system that's appropriate for visitors and tourists. The recommended total implementation budget's about $900,000. And I'll just close with a few wayfinding sign samples. These are all projects that Fathom Studio has worked on in the past, from Algonquin College, identifying buildings, the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, identifying all of their parks, the town of Lunenburg. We've got some signs from other trails in Saskatchewan, in North Battlefords, and South Frontenac in Ontario. And then a few other trail signs that we've developed for the East Coast Trail, which is a 300+ kilometer trail across the Avalon Peninsula near St. John's. We have signage from various healthcare systems and gateway signs designed for the territory of Yukon and the town of Inuvik up at the top of the Northwest Territories. So there's lots of opportunities, lots of different design approaches that are possible here. And that's what I have for you today. So I look forward to any questions you may have.
You, Adam. Any councillors have any comments or questions for Adam today? Councillor Matheson-Lefort.
Thank you for that presentation. It was great. I just wanted to know, from your experience working with other communities, how, because you mentioned commercial signs and the basically visual pollution with commercial signs. Do other communities get buy-in from these businesses or pushback from the request for reduction in their signage?
That's a great question. It's extremely challenging to work through commercial signage. And I do mention it in the report. There's a few options that the province has in legislation where a community takes over responsibility for signing and controlling what signs go on a section of highway. So there's some possibility for Victoria County to take over a section of road and to eliminate commercial signs, but then to establish some kind of alternative there, which might be like a pay-to-play system where you're forcing businesses to sign at specific locations following a designed wayfinding system. So it may be that it's all white on blue signs that are at certain locations throughout, let's say, the Cabot Trail. I think that's probably the best possible option for you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Donovan.
Hi, thank you. I know that I believe I had mentioned it to Dan at one of the town halls. Traveling through Prince Edward Island, the signage that they've adopted from one end to the other, that you don't have the big 4 by 8 foot or 8 by 8 foot signs on the side of the road. Even the commercial signs are the same as all of the other wayfinding signs. It's compact. It doesn't take you away. It doesn't take your vision away from what you're there to see. I just wondered if you had looked at a model like that.
Yeah, PEI is unique in that they have highly controlled signage on their highways, and their provincial highway division actually enforces the rules there. That's not really the case in a lot of places in Nova Scotia, and you could even do that, as I was just saying before, through taking over responsibility for sections of highway in Victoria County. You could in exchange provide whatever signs you want. You could design something that's beautiful and very effective that controls what messages are there, and they could be of whatever kind you wish. It could be super simple and unbranded. They could be branded a little bit for Victoria County, and that's something you could address in a future design program. But PEI has been quite successful with it, but they've done it provincially. That helps.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and just a couple of comments. First of all, I think we've all heard horror stories of people who depended on GPS to take them to their destination, because the situation here is it takes them to a road which basically is not maintained at all. And people have gotten almost stuck there because that's what GPS told them. So the moral is I wouldn't depend on GPS. The other thing, though, that I find is the lack of signs. For example, went to Yarmouth a month or so ago and took the wrong exit off the 102 because that's what something had told me. But anyway, I'm driving through Hammond's Plains and there's no signs indicating that Bridgewater is like 35 kilometers away or whatever. Usually I find what will happen, you take an exit, that's the last sign you'll see for that destination. And maybe I'm easily confused, and a lot of people say that, but I think tourists must go completely insane when they see that, because I don't think we have enough signs in Nova Scotia to guide people properly when they're traveling.
Thank you, Councillor Hennick.
Hi, Adam. Great presentation. I was to one of your in the Cape North area when you did your presentation there and findings. Most of them pictures of signs is in my district. Just to let you know. And since the new pavement's been put up through Dingwall up through the Cape North, the province has put bigger signs. That's more confusing. They have Dingwall going pointing towards the quarry. They just put another 250 sign there so people won't drive up the quarry. That's because the tourists are around now. So any help with signage, I think, is great, because we're missing a lot. Like, people don't know where things are at, and we have a lot coming into the local museum and asking questions, where's this, where's that, because there's no signage for certain things in the community. So I look forward to the new signage.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I have a question. The budget you say is 906,000 is for Victoria County, right? Oh, for the signage.
That is
Correct?
correct. That would be
Yeah.
for developing and implementing a wayfinding signage system, and that would be Victoria County's budget. It wouldn't include any provincial signs that would have to get redone, which I would assume would be the province's purview.
Yeah, that was my second question. This sign is some additional to the province. Regarding around here with the village, are you going you going some signage around here? Any partnership with another municipal, like a village, they will give some money? Are you considering, or we are going to get you all the money?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand. You mean,
yeah.
should you
know,
collaborate with BEDEC?
Yeah, for the village. You're going to put signs in the village?
We didn't include BEDEC as part of the system. We were assuming BEDEC would put up its own signs, because I was aware that BEDEC was developing a sign system.
Okay, perfect.
And
Thank
so
you.
we've left them out of that.
Okay, thanks for the
Good question.
clarification.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. I just have one comment too before we have a couple there in public that want to speak. We have for our road system, our provincial road system, we have one person that's in charge of signage, and they are located in Antigonish and do all from Antigonish, all Cape Breton. So it's hard to get any sign fixed or replaced or repaired or anything. So that's a barrier we have there, Adam. So our MLA, Ms. Diane Timmons, has a question or statement. Excuse me, can you? Yes, thank you.
There we go. See, in our House of Assembly, we're not allowed to touch it. It's off limits. And I appreciate being here and listening to all the comments and concerns. And I wanted to talk a little bit as being an MLA. We have a lot of complaints coming in on signs, and a lot of those complaints have gone forward. So we are looking at a plan, but it takes an individual communities and the councillors to identify them, and they've been doing a really good job. Thank you for that. And we'll continue to work on improving some of the sign system. So of course, the contact center would be your first initial as well, if you'd like to see me as well. Comments have been gone forward to the local manager as well. There's nothing in a conversation about the province changing their sign system. They kept a standard system across the province to have people get to be used to seeing those signs. So if there's a conversation on changing the visibility of that, then I'll certainly ask the questions, but right now I'm not aware of that. But if signs are missing, very important for you to contact us. So there's also roads that are municipal and provincial. So the roads, municipal and provincial, have been different colors to try to standardize that. I've also put comments forward to the community, the manager locally, to look at business signs, because it's the responsibility of the business to maintain their sign and the visibility of that sign, and it hasn't been doing that for a lot of businesses. Even businesses that are closed, the signs were left and not taken care of. So as an MLA, I'm definitely advocating on that, to look at trying to clean up, because it is litter. If you're not taking care of your sign, and if it's not visibly appealing and you're leaving them in the ditch, then it's litter. So we want to promote that within the community, and that's one, as an MLA, that's what I'd like to do. So if there's anything that comes forward about signs, please send them, especially the provincial ones I have control of. So if there's signs that need to be repaired, then please bring it forward. I will be sending it on. Just because one person's managing it right now in the province doesn't mean that there's not workers on the ground that can do the job. So we are working to improve that. So comments forward would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Go ahead, Cassandra.
The bigger visioning around, especially the 100-year Cabot Trail project, makes me think of tying into this. And I would think it would be fantastic if there was a team of people from the province and from Victoria County and Inverness County that would go and visit the Blue Ridge Parkway. Of course, the Appalachian Range continues down into the States, and in North Carolina and Virginia, there's a trail very similar to what the Cabot Trail could be, which is excellently done in terms of trails, in terms of beautification of the highway, in terms of wayfinding and how campsites are organized. So if a team could go and do that research for us, I think that'd be a great benefit to the county and the Cabot Trail in general.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question or comment for Adam here, or Dan? Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
Don't know how this audio will work. Okay, great. Just in closing, guys, Cassandra brought it up. One of my closing points was we're 6 years away from the 100th anniversary of the Cabot Trail. this type of work could take a good chunk of that 6 years in order to be ready for the Cabot Trail, especially when it comes to working with our neighbors in Inverness County and with the provincial departments as well. I do see there being some other elements of this strategy going forward. When we get into business signs, that's a whole other bucket that we can look at. There could be potential bylaw ways that we could tackle some of these. We heard it from a destination expert in 2008 and 2012 with Roger Brooks saying business signs shouldn't be any more than 5 or 10 kilometers away from the business. People don't need that type of lead time before they find them. So we have some places at Buckwheat Corner that they're promoting stops in Pleasant Bay and Shetty Camp, and they're far away. That may not be required, but that's all stuff that would be public purview and feedback from the public through bylaw process and readings that way. So that could be efforts that we look forward on this. The proposal today is really about controlling what we can control and working with the partners we have to be able to get another leg forward and work towards that 100th anniversary of the Cabot Trail in the long run, as well as correcting some of the issues that we're hearing from our residents in different areas around the county, outside of the Cabot Trail, especially in areas that we're seeing some challenges when people are navigating. So I want to thank Adam for all the work they did, and thank you guys for the time listening.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Adam.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, next on our agenda is council reports. We'll start with you, Councillor Matheson Lafort.
Thank you, Warden. I'll try to keep this brief. We have a really busy day, so let's see how fast I can speed.
Second there. We're back. Sorry, we had some technical difficulty there. We will start with district highlights from Councillor Matheson Lafort.
Thank you, Warden. Number one, provincial public works matters have been brought forward by residents, especially in Washabuck Peninsula. They've been forwarded to the appropriate departments for review and follow-up to help ensure timely attention and resolution. Number 2, constituents in my district have expressed their appreciation for the Pride flag raising ceremony held on June 1st. Many residents were pleased to see this event take place and have shared their interest in seeing it expanded in the future, potentially through the addition of a community pride parade. Number 3, Oceans Week in Iona was a great success. The event continues to grow each year, and I look forward to seeing it become even bigger and better in the years ahead. Number 4, while not exclusively a District 1 initiative, this announcement is important to many of our constituents. Prior to the AGM of Victoria County Memorial Hospital Charitable Foundation on June 10th, a new ultrasound machine was officially unveiled at the Victoria County Memorial Hospital. This machine was purchased by the foundation through the generosity of donors and strong community support, representing an important investment in local healthcare services. And I'll wrap up with a congratulations to all members of the class of 2026, graduating from Wadmakukwe School and Rankin School of the Narrows. I wish all graduates continued success in their future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Counselor, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Warren. I would just, I would like to make motions to send a letter to Irving. Just for background, they do some renovations in the parking lot in the gas station. It's no signs, there's no lines. So right now with the summer coming, well, the summer is here and the tourists, it's a lot the traffic inside and it's going to be an accident again. So you know, we have some accidents in the past, deadly. So I CEO contact Irving in Thursday or Friday by email in just a general inquiry. So they call me and they say they will be in a couple of weeks. So didn't say when or how. So I asked them to send me an email and I'm still waiting for. So I would like to send a letter to them if I.
There's a motion on the table. Can I get a seconder to send a letter to Irving? Second by Councillor Bourne there. All in favor?
Can I read the motion?
Yep.
Okay. Councilor McLeod moved to send a letter to Irving regarding the parking lot. Following their recent renovations, the parking lot lacks proper signage and has become very crowded. Given this history of this gas station, which has been the site of several deadly accidents, it's crucial to have adequate parking signage and traffic flow for vehicles, especially with the tourist season up on us. An additional, we request an update contact for government relations as the current information is updated.
Very good motion. We still have the seconders, Councillor Bourne. All in favor? Your motion is carried.
Thank you. I would like if they can take $2,000 for my district budget for Two Bates Land Owners Association. Yeah. Yeah, it's Two Bates Land Owners Association, $2,000.
Okay, there's a motion to take $2,000 from
My district budget.
Deputy Warden's district budget. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Donovan, all in favor? Your motion is carried.
And I just have good luck to all the students who are writing exams this week and have a great summer. And well, thank you for the teachers and administration for all they do and good luck for the grads in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Nicholson, we don't expect you to have district highlights, but if you'd like to say something, you go right ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the very warm welcome. I appreciate it. I have a couple of things just going into Canada Day. There's Canada Day celebrations in the district with fireworks hosted by the Bedeck Legion. Also on July 16th, there's going to be a grand opening for the boardwalk. The invitations are going out today. It's at 2:00. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Warden. There's an old scientific principle that you shouldn't change two things at the same time because you're not sure which one gave you the result that you wanted. The new sound system, but I saw my ear doctor last week, so I'm not sure I'm not sure if his work caused this newfound hearing that I have or the sound system. So, but I'll give the sound system credit. I think it improves the whole atmosphere. I know people wouldn't come to meetings because they couldn't hear, before. So, and I was one of them, and I can hear now. Anyway, Councillor Nicholson just reminded me, July 1st at the Ross Ferry Marine Park, the usual activities. I believe they start around 1 o'clock or so. I'm not exactly sure of the time. And I'd like to take, now this was dependent on the result of the municipal grants, and I don't think it came through for St. James Presbyterian Church. They had bought an AED machine, and they were looking for some reimbursement of the cost of it. So tentatively, I'd like to move to take $2,000 from my district budget payable to St. James Presbyterian Church in Big Bredora.
There's a motion for Councillor Patterson to take $2,000 out of his district budget. Can I get a seconder? Second by Councillor Matheson Lafort. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
That it for you, Councillor Patterson? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bourne.
Great, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Councillor Nicholson from District 3 to the council table. Great to have you here. And so I also would like to start by wishing all the students a safe, happy, and well-deserved summer break as another school year comes to close. To all the graduates, sincere congratulations on reaching this important milestone. Your hard work and dedication have truly paid off. As you move forward, may you continue to pursue your goals, your dreams with confidence and determination. Sincere appreciation is extended to teachers, school staff, school bus drivers, and parents and caregivers for their dedication and support throughout the school year, which plays a vital role in education and development of our students. All the very best to everyone for a safe and enjoyable summer ahead. I would also like to recognize and thank the members of the North Shore and District Volunteer Fire Department for their continued service and dedication to the safety of our residents and visitors. I would like to thank Fire Chief Alistair McDonald for bringing forward this very important public safety concern. Our firefighters are often the first to arrive at the scene of serious motor vehicle accidents. They see firsthand the consequences of dangerous road conditions and are in a unique position to identify hazards before tragedy occurs. When a fire department raises concerns about a roadway that has presented ongoing safety issues for decades, I believe it is something that deserves our full attention. This section of the Cabot Trail referred to in this letter is a well-known problem area that has been patched repeatedly over the years, yet the underlying issue remains unresolved. According to the concerns raised by the fire department, motorists are now crossing into opposing lane to avoid the dip in the roadway, creating a potential for a serious head-on collision. Particularly during busy tourist season when traffic volumes are increasing and many drivers are unfamiliar with the area. I appreciate the leadership shown by Chief McDonald and the North Shore and District Volunteer Fire Department in advocating for the safety of everyone who travels this highway. At this time, I would like to read the letter submitted by the Fire Chief on behalf of the North Shore District Volunteer Fire Department, and this letter will be submitted for correspondence. On June 17th, 2026, it was to the attention of the Minister of Public Works, Fred Tilley. Between civic number 44611 and 44663 on the Cabot Trail, there is a pronounced drop dip in the highway. It occurs annually because the section of the road was built over a gypsum seam, which is leached out by water and now cannot sustain the weight of the traffic which drives over it. It has been repaired by the annual addition of asphalt. This has been repeated for decades, but the basic problem has never been corrected. When the last major highway work was done, the rebuilding and repaving of the Cabot Trail, and insurance was given that the problem was resolved. Unfortunately, that was not true. The issue still remains. The condition of this section of road creates a major hazard for all motorists. Some drivers, especially those with large trucks, are now often swerving into opposite lane to avoid the dip and the drop. The traffic that pulls over onto the opposite lane travels towards a blind crest, further increasing the possibility of a disastrous accident. It is now tourist season. Traffic on the highway is increasing with drivers who are unaware of the hazards of this section of road. The North Shore and District Volunteer Fire Department is very aware that a head-on collision is a realistic possibility. Recognizing that this is a public safety issue which can be corrected, our department urges you to take the necessary steps immediately to address this problem, which has been ongoing for decades. Your immediate attention to correct the situation and thereby increase the safety of the many motorists who use this highway will be much appreciated. Respectfully, Alistair McDonald, Fire Chief of the North Shore and Volunteer Fire Department. So then as Councillor for District 4, I share the concerns expressed with our fire department. This issue has existed for far too long and continues to pose a significant risk to residents, visitors, commercial traffic, and emergency responders who travel this section of the Cabot Trail. For decades, temporary repairs have been made, yet the underlying problem remains. The concerns raised in this letter are not speculative. They come from emergency responders who witness firsthand the consequences of dangerous road conditions and who understand the risk associated with motorists crossing the center line to avoid this hazard. Therefore, following receipt of this correspondence, I move that Council direct the CAO to send a letter to the Honorable Fred Tilley, Minister of Public Works, expressing Victoria County support for the concerns raised by the North Shore and District Volunteer Fire Department regarding the hazardous conditions of the Cabot Trail between civic numbers 44611 and 44663, and urging the province to take immediate action to permanently address the safety concern.
There's a motion on the table. Can I get a seconder, please? Second by Councillor Nicholson. All in favor? Motion is carried.
And I just have one more small one. This one's shorter. Thank you. This has to do with dangerous and unsightly premises. I would like to raise the matter related to the administration and follow-up of dangerous and unsightly premises within the municipality. This is an issue that regularly comes from constituents, and it's important that there is clarity and consistency on how these files are managed, including communication timelines, enforcement expectations, and the roles of various parties involved in the process. These situations are often highly visible in our communities and can have a direct impact on public confidence in the municipality's ability to address property standards issues effectively. For that reason, I believe it would be appropriate for council to receive a more comprehensive review on how these matters are currently being administered and enforced. At this time, I would like to move the following motion: that council direct the CAO to invite the Eastern District Planning Commission to attend a future council meeting to provide a presentation and review of the administration and enforcement of dangerous and unsightly premises provisions, including current processes, timelines, roles, and responsibilities, and any challenges affecting timely enforcement.
There's a motion on the table. Can I get a seconder? Second by Councillor Donovan. All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Warden. I don't have a great long list. I know that this time of year, regardless of the fact that we are still seeing single-digit temperatures, the restaurants, coffee shops, beaches, golf course are all fairly busy in English. A couple of things to point out. The senior social lunches that are being hosted at the Smoky Recreation Center are going over very, very well. They're well attended, and everyone that goes really appreciate having them. They usually bring in speakers that talk about various topics. I believe the last one was about Alzheimer's. And they are very well received. July 17th, this I hope is of importance to everyone. July 17th is the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion, the formation of the Royal Canadian Legion. I know at our Legion in North Ingonish, there will be celebrations on July 17th with live music, and we hope as many people come out to the last one, come out to this one. It should prove to be a good event. Also want to point out that considering we were talking about signage a very short time ago, I am still following up on the signage issues we are having at Beach Crossing Road and the signage for Lakeview Road in Ingonish. And also I checked Google Maps to discover that Google Maps is a part of the problem. They are sending people down Beach Crossing Road to go to the beach. And I'm not what you would consider tech savvy. So I'm if somebody knows a way to let Google know their maps are wrong, that would be lovely. That might go a long way, because I know most tourists who end up parked at that intersection are parking there because their GPS is telling them to park there. So if that's something that could be rectified. Anyway, that's it for me.
Counselor?
So I don't know if it can be rectified, but I think we can investigate to see if there's something that could be done. So.
Counselor, it won't be me. I am not tech savvy either. Counselor Hennick.
Thank you, Warden. I would also like to welcome District 3 Councillor Nicholson to council. I look forward to working with you, and I'm sure all the rest of the councillors are also. I would also like to thank the council and staff that came to my neck of the woods for our COW meeting on June 8th at the Cultural Center in Cape North. It was a pleasure to have you all there, but sorry it was so cold. I think it was 5 degrees or something, so it was a little chilly, but anyway, so but as the tourist season has started, seeing lots of campers on the go, but I had a meeting with DNR and they have informed me that they will be blocking off Dingwall Beach Road to keep the campers off the beach this year. So hopefully there won't be a repeat of last year. I still got to get some more information on exactly where they're going to put the blockade at. And as soon as I know, I will let the residents know where that's going to be. I have also received calls about aggressive dogs in the area and that we don't have a current dog catcher. I told these residents that if they feel threatened by a dog to please call the RCMP. And I told that we are working on hopefully getting a dog catcher or trying to figure something out for that matter. I also like to say happy graduation and grade day to all the students in District 8 and to the rest of Victoria County. And happy Canada Day to everyone. Get out and enjoy the festivities that are going on since we live in such a wonderful county and country. So, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Hennick. Okay, District 7. A failure that Councillor Bourne forgot to mention that we attended the 5th anniversary celebration of the Bold Centre here in the village of Bedeque. What a lovely time spent with a proud group, have brought so many great programs to the area. I wish them many, many, many more years of success. I have sent a letter to Superintendent Inglis over the request to review the staffing of the Ingonish RCMP detachment. He has gotten back to me. We're going to try to set up a meeting, and I'll let you know how that goes. Councillor Hennick and I had the privilege to attend the Cabot Education Center graduation supper. It was so nice to see how excited the graduating class was and how proud the parents were that were sitting with them. So on that note, I'd like to have a little end of celebration talk to the graduate. This week marks more than the end of your high school journey. It marks the beginning of a new chapter filled with possibilities, challenges, and opportunities waiting to be discovered. As you walk across the stage and receive your diploma, take a moment to reflect on how far you've come. Think of the lessons learned, the friendships built, the obstacles overcome, and the memories that will stay with you long after today. Every late night study session, every success, every setback, and every moment of growth has helped shape the person that you are becoming. The road ahead may not always be clear, and that's okay. You do not need to have all of the answers right now. Life is not measured by how quickly you reach your destination, but by the courage, kindness, and determination you bring to the journey. As you move forward, believe in yourself, even when things seem uncertain. Embrace new experiences, learn from mistakes, and never underestimate the impact you can have on others. Stay curious, stay humble, and stay true to your values. The world needs your ideas, your talents, your compassion, and your unique voice. Remember that success is not only found in achievement or titles, it's found in the lives you touch, the character you build, and the difference you make along the way. So congratulations to the class of 2026. Be proud of what you have accomplished and excited for what lies ahead. Your future is unwritten and your possibilities are endless. Enjoy your summer. And that's it for District 7. Deputy Warden.
Something, can we put for the cow for next, about the fountain? If we can have that talking that about fountain, the presentation we just have. If we can put it, yeah, of item, you call it. We can put it in cow for discussion. Yeah, because it's
On next steps for
next step
wayfinding.
yeah, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
Deputy Warden. Right now, we will take an hour recess, lunch break, and then we will come back. Yeah, 1 p.m. We'll come back at 1 p.m. Welcome back, everyone, and we will proceed with council discussions. First up is Investor Summit request support sponsorship. And Leanne, you're going to speak on this?
Yes. So we received a request from Cape Breton Partnership again this year as well, it wasn't a request, it was an opportunity to participate in the 2026 Investor Summit. I believe Council, you have all been there for the last couple of years. It's held in Bedeque. It is an event that the partnership puts on every year. The Investor Summit will take place on October 22nd, 2026 at the Inverary Resort in Bedeque, on Bedeque Bay. The request is, as in the past, we have been the sponsor, council has been the sponsor of the social cruise sponsorship. And so I'm looking to see, they also have sent their sponsorship package for other items that could be sponsored as well. So I am interested to know if council is interested in sponsoring anything again this year.
Councillor Hennick.
So Leanne, so that's the same one that we did the cruise with for last year that we sponsored, right? And how much was that we put in for the cruise?
So the cruise sponsorship is $3,250. I think last year was maybe $3,200.
Okay.
Any other councillors have a question or comment or motion? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I move that we sponsor the cruise for the Cape Breton Partnership Investor Summit in October, is it? Yeah. I'll make that a motion, please.
Motion on the table. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second by the Deputy Warden McLeod. All in favor? Sorry, discussion. Yeah. Councillor Vaughan, use your mic, please.
What would be that cost this year?
The social cruise sponsor is $3,250 this year.
Okay.
Yes, so they did send a package also with 8 different sponsorship levels as well outside of the cruise.
So there's a motion on the, any other discussion? And there's a motion on the table with a seconder. All in favor? Yes, your motion is, do you have a question? Use your mic, Councillor.
I'm sorry, I just, I'm unaware of. I looked at the package and I see what it's all about. I was just looking if anybody had like a recommendation of what, how would I say it? What is the best part of that would be the best sponsorship for us as a group, actually?
Question. Did everyone look over the different?
So that sponsorship comes with 3 complimentary tickets to the cruise and a dinner reception at the freight shed, 3 tickets to the full day Investor Summit Gala Dinner and Impact Awards, the opportunity to address attendees on the Amoeba Windstar. It will display the Victoria County banner at the Social Cruise Private Dinner Reception and Summit venue. Then it will put our logo on several different, all their different swag that they have or advertising.
This is what we've done in the past then.
It is.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
For your question there. So there is a motion on the table and we have a seconder. So all in favor? Motion is passed. We're doing the cruise again for the Investor Summit. Next we have, just a second, I gotta. Lighting the Way Victoria County Memorial Hospital Charitable Foundation Golf Tournament sponsorship. Deputy Warden, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, well, we have to, this, what is conflict of interest because we are in the board. But also, checking that in the weekend, made aware that funds were taken from my district and others with a decision made by CEO and the warden. I believe this is not the correct approach, as none of us had the opportunity to wait all the other councilors to how to proceed with this sponsorship. Just because a sponsorship has been handled a certain way in the past doesn't mean it should continue to be treated the same every year. For example, I believe this year's sponsorship should be considered a council project, allowing us to approve it collectively. I will ask the CEO and the warden to ensure that any future decisions regarding sponsorship receive council approval first. It is important to remember that decisions involve all 8 districts, not just the warden and the CEO. Thanks.
Point taken.
I'll just note on that, that it was in my, I was going to discuss it at the committee of the whole. And then, because it was put on the table at the committee of the whole or on the agenda. And then it got tabled to this meeting. So.
Yeah, but in the email say the check went sent cash before May 29, before we have the email of June 8 from the warden.
Right, I apologize.
So, yeah.
I had done it based on discussions with her and I didn't realize that the check had gone.
Say the decision is for 8 districts. The council decision is as a council decision, not just the warden and the CEO. Just to clarify, if we getting a council project approved, I would like to, our money go back to our district budgets. Will be Council Matherson Lafort and Perla McLeod. We are sit down in the board of the foundation.
So am I writing in saying, Deputy Warden, that you would like us to go back and see if council will pay for this through special funds instead of coming from your district budget?
Correct.
And what is the total amount that was coming from all district budgets?
$300 from District 1 to 5.
$300.
I think, yeah. Yeah, I checked mine, $300. I think it's District 1, 2, District 2, District 3, District 4, and District 5.
Okay, so we'll have a discussion on that. Does anybody want to speak on for or against taking this at a special, or just leave it in that it's taken out of your district budgets? Councillor Hennick.
So when the request came in for sponsorship, was it to come to council, or was the letter sent to each councillor?
Letter was sent to me and I forwarded it to the warden to ask if she was interested in doing it again this year.
Okay, thanks.
Responded with what we did for other years. So anyone else have any concerns, questions, motion? Councilor Bourne?
I will do a motion to support this sponsorship for $1,500 from special projects, please. $2,000. Oh, I thought it was 6, 5, 3, 15. 15.
In the past, there was $300 came from districts 1 to 5, and then $500 from the county.
Okay, so $2,000 then from special projects. That's the motion.
There's a motion on the table. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Donovan? Any discussion? Councillor Patterson, do you have anything you would like to say, or? Okay. All in favor of this motion to take $2,000 out of special projects and not district budgets? It's 4-4. And 1 against. I'd like to have that noted, please. So, okay, the funds will be put back into your district budgets and it'll come out of special projects. Done. Okay, now, next it's Councillor Matheson Lafort for Municipal Heritage Governance History. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Warden. I think we all remember when we had our lovely lobster lunch, and I think there was some other things that day as well, but I just remember the lobster. When Ken Donovan brought up the issue of Heritage Property Act. So I put the questions forward just because I was curious. I had no idea what we have for a Heritage Property Act, but now I'm willing to make it an actual directive or basically a motion that we undertake a review of municipal heritage governance in Victoria County, focusing on the presence of enabling bylaws, advisory committees, registries, and program supports under the Nova Scotia Heritage Property Act, and report on options to strengthen local governance capacity. So that would be a directive to the CAO. That's a motion.
There's a motion on the table for Councillor Matheson Lafort. Do I have somebody to second that? Councillor Hennick, any discussion? So all in favor of this? Oh, sorry, we have a question. Councillor Donovan, go ahead. So don't your mic.
I know Ken was talking about, I believe it was his own family's homestead that he was looking to have designated. I'm just curious, does it expand to provincial buildings, municipal buildings, federal buildings? And the reason I ask that is because the Celtic Lodge is also in my district.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I can't even speak to that in that sense, but I do know that CBRM and Inverness County both have municipal heritage committees and manage that all the time. So we're kind of the outlier there. We're the only ones out of those that don't have it. So what would be included in it is what I'd love to know from the research that's done following this directive.
The curiosity I have is whether or not the municipality deems it to be heritage property. Does that carry any sway provincially or federally?
I guess that's part of the information that will be gathered. Okay, so there is a motion on, oh, go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Warden. We in the past did have a municipal heritage committee. I believe that John Graham McGuinness was the chairman of that committee at the time. So that would put it before 2009. And memory is kind of foggy, but I believe there was some effort to make the courthouse, this present building here, a heritage designation, or give it a heritage designation. But it didn't fit the criteria. I forget exactly the details of it and so on. So if somebody wanted to take a look at the minutes of council, like I said, prior to 2009, you may get some information about what we were operating under then, and then maybe it has changed too. I know it's not easy to get a declaration of a heritage property, and you know, I don't know if it's gotten any easier or not, but I think it's something we should explore again. And thank you to Councillor Matheson Lafort for bringing this forward, because you know, I think it's important that we do say as much or do as much about our heritage as we possibly can. Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson Lafort.
One thing I did see from looking it up, it's not that we would be doing anything different that's done in the provincial level, but on the provincial level, they don't track all the potential heritage properties. So that's the big role that the municipality plays, that when municipalities do it, they find them, they highlight them, they bring them to the attention of the province. So that's the bigger role that, from what I saw, that municipalities play. They bring it to the forefront where the province isn't going to go looking for heritage properties they don't know about. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So there's a motion on the table and we have a seconder. Oh, Councillor Nixon.
I actually thought this building was a municipal heritage building. It is? Isn't it?
It is
Oh, okay, thank you.
provincial heritage property, but it's a municipal. What's been done in the past is there's an ad hoc committee that is set up whenever there is a request. So that's what's been done.
Okay, we'll try this again. Any more discussion? Okay, so we have a motion on the table and we have a seconder. So all in favor? Against? Your motion is carried. Thank you for that. Next, number 7, submitted reports, the CAO report.
Yeah, thanks. So I just have a couple of things to note out of my report. There is an English Development Society Town Hall being held June 24th at 6 p.m. Councillor Donovan will be the presenter for the county with some support from some staff. Dan will also be presenting on culture, tourism, recreation. And Tyler Cole, who was here prior, who is our new economic development officer, he will also be presenting at the conference, or at the town hall.
Actually, Tyler had sent an email out earlier that says he is going to be unable to make it.
Oh, okay. All right. So as of this morning, there was 3. So we're down to 2. So that is on Wednesday. Just also to let everyone know, the RINC has contacted the Victoria Highland Civic Center has contacted us, told us they have received their federal funding, and so we have written a check to them for the county's contribution for them to start their work in relation to that. In the finance department, tax bills have been sent to Horizon, and they should be arriving in mailboxes shortly. Emailed bills went out June 17th. The due date for taxes to be paid is August 1st. The grant checks have been processed and will be mailed with accompanying letters. That should happen shortly. We are also scheduling the capital budget and water budget meetings, which are still on the radar for council. And the annual budget report will be published once the approval of the capital budget. We are planning REMO, so Regional Emergency Management Operations interviews. They will be taking place in Port Hawkesbury on Friday. I believe there's 4 candidates that it has been narrowed down to. Let me see if I had anything else. I think those are the things. Those are things with dates on them that required speaking about.
Thank you for that.
Oh, one other thing, sorry. Also, Jeremy Martel was here in the audience earlier, and he must have moved on. He must have had meetings, but he is our new Department of Municipal Affairs municipal advisor. So he came from Cape Breton Partnership, and he has now started with the province. And it's been a recommendation to the ministers or to the province over several years now that when they start hiring municipal advisors, we were hoping that they would be in the area because they've always been centered in Halifax. And so they've heard us, and he is stationed out of the area. So welcome to Jeremy while he was here.
Thank you for that. Next, we'll have.
Warren.
Oh, go ahead.
I have 2 questions for the CEO.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Is any chance about the tourism department meet with Port of Sydney? That report, can you put it in the minutes so that the people can know that we are looking to we're talking with them. So the report say meet with Port Sydney regarding cruise ship by traffic for the village. So if they can put that in the minutes, so that way people when read the minutes, they know we are checking that. And another one is about the trails. I don't know if you have any update about the trails for the facility. Yeah. So if they can put that to reports in the minutes, the trail work and the waste management facility in Big Betek is underway and they're close to completion. So if they can put that report in the minutes, I send it to Steph. So it is possible to put it in the minutes just for.
I also want to ask, it's not mentioned, the stairs to the Eels Harbor Beach. When will they be? Or are they? They're there? Thank you, Ursula. Thank you. Any other questions on the CAO?
Thanks to JD for.
Yes, thank you, JD, for doing that. Thanks. It is sea glass season. Next is Steph McLeod, our returning officer, post-election briefing report. Do you want? Yes, please.
Afternoon, everyone. I won't go into too much detail. You've gotten the information report in your package, but so the highlights of the election. Ian Nicholson has been elected councillor for District 3. So congratulations to him and thank you for running. There was 787 eligible voters in District 3. Out of that 787, 355 voted, and there was one spoiled ballot. So that brings us to a voter turnout of 45.1%. As noted in my information report, I talked a little bit about paper ballots versus online voting. So if you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those. And also, as I mentioned, I am a member of the Municipal Elections Review Advisory Committee for the province. So we're actually meeting in July. That's our first meeting, and one of the first things we're discussing is the Municipal Elections Act and also the Returning Officers Guidebook, which I have lots of notes marked up. So I will be bringing hopefully lots of good information to that meeting and also getting lots of information back.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Anybody have any questions or information? Okay, thank you. Okay, next we're going into motions. Second reading of the wastewater charges and rates bylaw. Can I get a motion for this?
I make a motion.
It's moved by the Deputy Warden, second by Councillor Donovan. A discussion? Okay, all in.
Oh, good. As I said over lunch, this is the first time in my memory that a public hearing received so much information. And I'd like to thank the warden for reading through all of those questions. I'd like to thank the staff people who put together the answers, because I think it was a good presentation and it addressed the concerns that residents had. No one wanted to speak from the gallery, so you can't put words in their mouth or whatever. I think it was just a good job by all, and as I said over lunch too, the answers were there. Doesn't mean you have to like the answer, but that's the answer. That's the way it's structured and the way it goes. And as the CAO mentioned, we didn't invent anything. This is nothing new. It's used in all kinds of other jurisdictions. So I just like to congratulate everybody for a job well done. And I definitely will be supporting the motion to have this bylaw pass second reading.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Donovan.
I would like to thank those who sent in their concerns and their questions. I believe it's very important to make sure that their voices are heard, their questions and concerns are answered. Like Councillor Patterson said, the answer you get to your question may not be the one you're looking for at all times, but it does make sense in the long run. I know that people are apprehensive when it comes to change or when it comes to anything new, but I truly believe in this instance that what is coming new will have a good lasting impact on the Ingonish area. I believe it will promote further development. I know that we are already in housing shortages to the point where we have difficulty getting doctors, nurses, any professionals to move to our area because we don't have a place to live. I think a part of what this wastewater bylaw and the wastewater system will do will allow us to move forward with more housing developments in the area as well. So I hopefully everyone who had a question and was listening in or was in the gallery had their questions answered to their satisfaction. Like, again, they may not have liked the answer, but if they can weed through it and make sure it makes sense to them, then hopefully this will move forward well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Anyone else have any comments or? So can I get we had a motion, Deputy Warden, and it was seconded by Councillor Donovan. All in favor for the second reading of the wastewater charges and rates bylaw? All in favor? Against? Councillor Patterson, are you for or against? Okay, so we did for, but now we said against, and it was one Councillor Matheson-Lafort was against. Okay, we're in favor. Motion is passed. The bylaw is passed. So we'll go on to the second reading of the wastewater bylaw. Can I get a motion for this wastewater bylaw?
So moved.
It's moved by the Deputy Warden. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Donovan. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Donovan.
I just want to point out the fact that the wastewater bylaw itself basically sets foundational rules for the operation of the wastewater system and how it's going to run. If there are items down the road, granted, this is the first time the county has put in a wastewater system, so there may be, you don't know what you don't know. So there may be something down the road that comes up that prompts us to make amendments to portions of the bylaw. I know people, when they hear that, they say, when you make an amendment, you're only going to raise the prices. Well, no, not necessarily. The more people, like same with the water system, the more people who sign on, the lower the rate is. Or how's the saying? Many hands make lighter work. Well, in this case, many hands make a lower cost. And again, this bylaw is not carved in stone. It's not something that has to, I don't think, cause too much stress to people, knowing that down the road, if there are issues, it's a case-by-case basis. I know that Mr. Barron had made comments about people losing their homes. The county doesn't want to sell your home. The county wants to help you. They want to make the the environment in which you live safer. And I think this is a big step forward in doing that.
Councillor Donovan, Councillor Matheson-Lafort.
I agree with Councillor Donovan. Infrastructure like this is important, but so is public confidence. And if residents don't yet understand the costs, risks, and rules clearly, I'm not really sure we've done our job yet. I would not say this is a standard waste bylaw. This appears to be like best practice, high control bylaw. So I'm just curious as to, was it just precautionary safety measures? Because it is stricter than most rural Nova Scotia municipalities. So I'm just curious about why we chose the high level option when it came to that, because it is more strict than the average rural bylaws for municipal wastes.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a motion on the table and we have a seconder. Any more thoughts, discussions? So there's a motion on the table. All in favor of the second reading of the wastewater bylaw? Against? Your motion is carried. Wastewater bylaw is approved. Can I get a motion of the in-camera recommendations of June 8th, 2026? Can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Okay, it's moved by the Deputy Warden, second by Councillor Bourne. All in favor? No, you can't vote. Your motion is carried. Okay, the marketing levy bylaw amendments. Are you speaking on this, right?
Yeah, that's me. So Destination Cape Breton is trying to standardize the marketing levy in place in all the areas that it serves, that that destination serves. The amendments are mostly to adding the word platform operator rather than just operator, because now taking into account all the different types of accommodations that there are and the new way that marketing levies are collected, the word platform was needed in front of there. So there is a amendments to the bylaw. Do amendments have to go through a first and second reading? Okay. So
Required 2/3 vote to pass.
probably like every other one, yes. So this is the first time that you folks have seen this in relation to the changes. This is to standardize it standardize it with the other municipalities. So the wording in that you all have in your package is, I guess it would be considered brought up to you. You could take it to a first reading now, or you could wait and table it for your next meeting in relation to that. So I'm just looking for some thoughts on that.
Any comments, or do you want to classify this as the first reading of the?
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to accept this as the first reading?
Okay, I make a motion.
Okay,
to
thank
look
you.
up.
Thank you, Deputy Ward. And second by Councillor Bourne. So this will be the first reading. All in favor? Yeah, the motion is carried. So this is the first reading of the marketing levy bylaws amendment. Okay, next is the rink demo tipping fees, and we have that.
Yes. So we've been taking to council all the different tipping fee invoices that have been generated, and council has the opportunity to write them off. The latest one is from June 3rd to the Victoria Highlands Civic Center, and it is for about 15 cubic tons, I think, and yeah, I was just given the quantity. And it is for $1,934.60.
Can I get a motion to accept? Or a motion, does somebody have a motion, whether we accept or deny this with the council?
Sorry, I move we accept it.
It's moved by Councillor Nicholson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bourne. All in favor to pay this? Unanimous. Motion
Write
is
it off.
covered. Yep, write it off. Any committee reports? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I just let you know, we sent a doodle poll for VCT. We need to do a meeting just 10 minutes of your time of discussion. And I would ask Councilor Patterson, somebody came to ask me about in the FCM is closed now, the Canada Green Homes loan that is closed last year. So they wondered if the government maybe can open it again, if maybe some advocacy about that. So so it is possible if you can advocacy about that, please.
Yes,
Because
okay,
people
yeah.
it's greatly. That's it. Thank you.
Any other committee reports? No. We also had a thank you letter in correspondence from the Cabot Trail Relay Race. You all have that in your packages to read. Okay, 10 minutes for question period. Anyone have any questions in the gallery? Anything online? We don't have it online, do we? Okay, being none, can I get a motion to go in camera? So moved by Councillor Donovan. Second by Councillor Nixon. Thanks. Thank you, Ryan. It's moved by Councillor Matheson Lafort, second by Councillor Patterson. Motion carried. Okay, I need a recommendation or a motion that Jacques Dubé, President of Strategic Engagement Strategies, be appointed recording secretary for the in-camera meetings of council relating to the 2026 CAO performance evaluation process, including discussions concerning performance assessment compensation. I made a motion. Need a motion. So moved. Second? It was moved by Deputy Warden, second by Councillor Donovan. And any discussion? All in favor? Motion carried. One second, I think there's another one. For the record. Okay, that was it. It's the same thing. Okay. Being no further business. Call this long day a close. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.